by Mr. Darden and Mr. Harmon. Jury is not present. Counsel, anything that we need to take up before we invite the jurors to rejoin us?
Just one thing. I spoke with Mr. Harmon about indicating to us when he was going to introduce frequencies so that instead of objecting in front of the jury or just working out the ground rules as to what this witness can and cannot testify to, particularly since Dr. Ware is coming, what databases he's going to be using or not using. I want to work it out sidebar.
All right, but I take it we're going to go through more auto-rads this morning?
Yes, Your Honor. At best, we'll get to the statistics before lunch, so at best.
At best. I think at best as well.
Yeah, I do too.
Okay.
Yes. One last thing, and that is, in a friendly way, I would request that Mr. Harmon not bring up teaching with this witness and his personal. There was some references. I didn't object to it at the time, but I thought that those were inappropriate and
Not particularly relevant at this point.
yeah, I think it's vouching and it should be.
All right, and Mr. Harmon, I'm going to direct you to let me know when you move into the statistics part, the analysis part of the evidence.
Presenting statistics.
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Your Honor, I'm a little confused on where we are with 47 and 50 right now because there is some more foundation I can lay with Mr. Sims, and I don't want to violate. It's getting kind of fuzzy where we are with it, and I'd like you to remind me where we went yesterday. So,
What do you have left to do? I thought we were doing probes.
well, we were, but because I thought it was clear where we were before yesterday, Mr. Sims hasn't carefully described what was on the bindles when he received them, and I intend to have him do that as a matter of the chain of custody of these items.
What was on it when he received it?
Yes.
All right.
I mean, then anybody can subtract what's on there now. So, and I want him. I mean, I'll be very careful with this, but as a matter of the chain of custody, I intend to, with the court's permission, to elicit what was on him, what was on those bindles when he received them, and then I intend to show him the board, 4750, and ask him, not what Mr. Scheck doesn't want me to ask him, but are those the bindles that he received? And leave it at that.
Mr. Scheck.
If he directs him to say which initials were on it when he received it and puts them away and doesn't do any French pastry or any shtick,
All right.
that's what your ruling was.
All right. So let's proceed.
So I can show him the board,
You can show him the board.
limit it to that.
Correct. All right, let's have the jurors. Mr. Darden and Mr. Cochran. Without the board, please. All right, let the record reflect that we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And Mr. Sims, would you please resume the witness stand? All right, good morning, Mr. Sims.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Mr. Sims, you were reminded that you were still under oath, and Mr. Harmon, you may continue with your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Sims, I want to back up to a couple of items before we resume where we ended yesterday. I believe in describing your evidence processing and how you open things, did you carefully note any names, initials, any descriptive terms that were on specific items when you received them and opened them for the first time?
Yes, I did. I photographed those, and I also wrote down what the information on the envelopes and bindles was.
So you have photos of the items which show all the descriptive names and dates and initials?
Yes.
And you also noted them in your lengthy notes?
Yes, I did.
If you would, I'd like you to refer to your notes, if you need to remember the exact descriptions concerning item 47, which was one of the drops from the Bundy walkway.
Yes, that was one of the early items that we looked at.
Okay.
Yes.
And when you first opened and examined and noted the descriptions that were on both the coin envelopes and the bindles, what was on them?
On item number 47, that was a sealed envelope. The seal had the name C. Yamauchi G8880 SID 81194. And then on the front of the envelope was 94-08-17431, the initial CY, and then G8880.
Anything else?
There was also then, for that particular item, there was, it was circled with a B, and then item number 47.
Anything else written on either the coin envelope or the bindle?
No, I believe that's all. On the coin envelope, that would be it. Now, when you actually get to the bindle,
Right. Would you,
which is inside the sealed envelope,
sure, would you describe what writing you saw on the bindle?
yes, this is now on the bindle, which is inside the coin envelope for item number 47. It said 2 DOJ 81194 CY G8880, and on the back of the bindle, it said the sign for number, the symbol for number, 112, which is 112, and it looked like the initials DF, and then CY G8880.
Is that it?
That's it. And then I put my own initials, case number, and date on the bindle.
What did you put on them?
I put on the bindles, and the coin envelopes would have my case number, which is DNA-0040-94, the date that I received it or the date that I actually examined it in the case of the bindle, and then also my initials GAS.
Okay, and why don't we shift to item 50, one of the other Bundy walk drops? And the same questions, what writing did you see on the coin envelope and the bindle?
Yes, again, this was a sealed envelope. On the seal, it said C. Yamauchi G8880 SID 81194. On the front of the envelope, 94-08-17431 CY G8880. And then for this, now this is item number 50. It said there was an E with a circle around it, item number 50.
Okay, and you also took a picture of that item?
Yes, I did.
And you wrote, did you write the same things on item 50 that you wrote on 47?
Yes, I would write our case number, our initial, and our date. The only difference would be that I also put our DNA item numbers that are different for those two items on.
Okay, and those, the correlation between the LAPD item numbers and your DNA lab numbers are reflected in your chain of custody records?
Yes, they are.
Mr. Sims, we're going to put People's Exhibit number 210 up on the easel there. I'd like you to look at photographs that purport to reflect items 47 and 50. And the only question I want to ask you, and I'd like you to consider when you look at it, is are the items in the photographs that purport to be 47 and 50 the same items which you received in the DOJ lab and processed in the way that you've described? Okay?
I understand. I recognize the items by the writing that I placed on them.
Okay, now when you say the items, you're referring to, there are two photos in the column labeled item 47. What do you recognize in the two photos, one over the other, in item 47 column on People's 210 for identification?
I recognize the initial writing that I mentioned earlier, for example, the 94-08-17431, item number 47, with the D circled around it. I recognize my case number, BNA-004094.
Mr. Sims, you're going to have to turn a little more towards the jurors. They're having a hard time hearing you.
I recognize my case number, BNA-004094. I recognize the date and my initials, and then our DNA item number. In this case, it was DNA 5. And I also recognize the CYG 8880. It's on there.
Okay, why don't we shift to item, or strike that. When you seal these packages, do you use a specific color tape?
Yes, we use, for the outside of the items, we use a whitish tape that has red lettering.
Okay, let's shift to item 50 if you would.
Okay.
And do you recognize the items that are in the two photographs under item 50 on People's 210 for identification?
Yes, I do. I recognize the writing that I mentioned earlier, such as 94-08-17431, the number 50 with the E circled, my case number, my date, and my initials, and the item number. And then I also see some of that information again on the bindles. You can see it in one of the photos.
And you sealed item 50 with the same white tape with red lettering?
Yes, the coin envelope I did seal with that. The bindles I would just use Scotch tape because it's
Okay,
much easier to work.
you pointed to the top of the photograph in item 50. There's white tape with red lettering. That's the tape you sealed it with.
Yes, it is.
Okay, you can resume your seat. Your Honor, at this point, I want to mark some more autorads that relate to some of the exhibits that we showed yesterday. With respect to yesterday, we marked as People's Exhibit 270A through C the three autorads from analytical membrane 625. Today, I would like to mark additional autorads for that same membrane, AM625, and if to make sense, I'd like to start with 270D, and I'll describe the A numbers for the record so we can keep track of these.
All right, that's appropriate.
There are 5 additional autorads for AM625. I'd like to have marked as 270D, the autorad labeled A11, as 270E, the autorad labeled A24, as 270F, the autorad labeled A15, And as 270G, the auto rad labeled A22. As 270H, the auto rad labeled A24.
All right.
And then additionally, with respect to the membrane that we were discussing when we broke yesterday, that series was marked 271A through C, the first ones that we were in the process of showing. Today, I would like to add as 271D, the auto rad labeled A18, I'm sorry, and as 271E, the auto rad labeled A19.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And that was for membrane 626?
626. Okay, and
Proceed.
could we get, we didn't capture the photograph of A16 when we broke yesterday, which is 271A, so could we get that back up on the board? Mr. Sims, I'm going to ask you to recreate.
Time, I'd stipulate to them putting the arrows in.
Could we do that maybe in the break, set it up in
Yes,
the
let's
break
do
that.
and capture that in the break? So we will come back to A16 during the break. Could I have 271B, which is A17? Mr. Sims, why don't you come back up here? And if you would, address your answers to the jury. Okay, Mr. Sims, yesterday you had described A16, which is the auto rad for the probe D1S7. And today we have A17, which is the auto rad for D2S44 for the membrane AM626. And could you just describe again the samples that are up there, and we'll go through them. I'll have you mark them as best you can.
Okay. Just to reorient you, this is, again, in lane one, this is one of the latter, the size standards that we mentioned. This is, I'm
Could you get
sorry,
a different color for that? That won't show up very well.
is that better?
Sure.
Again, this is lane one, this is the size standard. Lane two is the K562, that's the national standard that we use. Lane three is the quality control, the blind sample. Lane four is another size standard. Lane five, and the next two lanes now I'll talk about. These are the reference blood stains from Nicole Brown, and then next we have the reference blood stain from Ronald Goldman.
Okay, and is it easy to distinguish between Ms. Brown and Mr. Goldman at by their reference samples?
Yes, it is.
You don't need a computer to do that.
No, you don't.
Okay, what conclusions could you reach between the comparison of the evidence stains G1, G2, and G4 on the glove number 9 and the two reference samples?
Well, the key on this particular autorad is to see that if you first start with G1,
Yes.
that particular sample, and it's hard to see, but I believe there is a band down in this area. It's hard to see on the on this display, but the bands that we see in G1, there are 4 bands. I'll just go slowly through them. 1, 2, 3, and then 4, I believe, is down there. And that pattern is composite. That pattern is consistent with a mixture of the samples of Nicole Brown and also Ronald Goldman. In other words, those 4 bands are consistent with that mixture pattern.
Okay, what about G2? What did you observe in trying to compare G2 with any of the reference stains?
In looking at G2, again, one can see 4 bands, and this gets pretty subtle, and we may later want to look at the light box to see it better.
So you can actually see what you're describing is there better on the light box?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
But I believe you can still see 4 bands in this particular pattern. 1, 2, 3, 4. And what is of interest to me is that now this middle set, these are the 2 bands in the middle here. Now they're starting to get weaker, but you'll notice that the band up here is still quite strong, and the band down here is reasonably strong. It's the ones in the middle that are starting to get weaker. And those bands are consistent with the pattern. They match the pattern of Nicole Brown.
Okay, now let's just pause and talk about G1 and G2 and their relationship to one another. What is your explanation for the fact that that 2-banded pattern appears to be fading and the other 2 bands seem to be staying there?
I think what we're seeing is that the DNA contribution from one of the individuals is maintaining itself at a certain level, where we're getting less DNA from the second contributor.
And is that because there's less DNA there?
I think there's less DNA there from the second contributor, yes.
Okay, why don't we move to G4 then and explain how that fits in with what you just provided us?
G4, again, the trend continues in G4. You can see a band up here. I think you can see a band down there. And again, we'll look at these, I think, on the light box to see it a little more clearly. And now these have almost faded out entirely.
When you say these, you're pointing the arrow to the
Those-
2-banded pattern that is consistent with Nicole Brown?
Yes, those are the 2 bands that are consistent with Nicole Brown, that they're fairly close to each other.
And I believe you mentioned this yesterday as the explanation for why the defendant's reference blood is not on this gel, and that is because he was excluded as a source of any of these stains on the basis of PCR typing.
That's correct. In other words, we looked at it. We did additional tests prior, so we had that information.
Okay, and this is glove number 9?
Yes, it is.
Okay, from Rockingham.
Yes.
And the additional PCR tests were done on DNA that was extracted from these very stains.
Yes, it's the same DNA.
Okay. Now, I'm not gonna ask you to mark this one because we've marked the first one for demonstration purposes. Why don't we move on to A25, which is going to mark 271C? Okay, and everything's in the same relative position because these samples are all from the same gel. Is that right?
That's correct.
Why don't we just jump over to the reference samples? Can you easily distinguish between Nicole Brown and Ronald Goldman at this marker, which is the D5S110?
Yes, this is D5S110.
And you don't need a computer to do that.
No, one can clearly see the difference in the banding patterns for Nicole Brown and Ronald Goldman.
Okay, and as far as the stained glove G1, number 9 glove from Rockingham, what can you say about the pattern that you see there?
Well, again, we see this 4-banded pattern. 1, 2, 3, 4 bands. And again, at this level, the mixture appears fairly equal. In other words, all the bands are fairly close in intensity.
On the stained G1.
On the stained G1. And furthermore, again, the 4 bands are consistent with a mixture of Nicole Brown and Ronald Goldman. And I think
And you can't exclude other possible mixtures as the source of that 4-banded pattern.
No, not just on the basis of this 4-banded pattern, no.
You can't pair up any 2 of the bands in that 4-banded pattern scientifically. Is that true?
That's true. For example, just looking at this G1 pattern, these 2 bands, for example, could be from one person, and these 2 bands could be from a second person. That would just be one example of the ways a pattern like that could break down.
But now, as you move on to the stains G2 and G4, is what you see in those stains, or on this autorad, does that help you pair up the banding patterns that you see?
Yes, it does. And I think this autorad is a very good demonstration of what I was talking about earlier. If you look at the G2 pattern now, you can see two bands. I'll stop for a second. There and there, that are consistent with the bands seen in Mr. Goldman's pattern. And those bands are fairly similar in intensity to the pattern in G1. You can see the intensities. Comparing the G1 and G2 lanes, you can see the intensities for those two bands are pretty close. But now when I go to these bands that are weaker in G2, here and here, one can see that those bands are consistent with Nicole Brown's profile. And it's interesting to me that they are now weaker. In other words, it appears that those two bands have gotten weaker while these other two bands have maintained a fairly similar level of intensity.
And the other two bands that you referred to are ones that that appear to match Mr. Goldman's.
Yes, they appear to match Mr. Goldman's bands.
Okay, why don't you discuss G4 then in the same context and what the implications of the pattern that you see there are?
G4, I think, again, the trend continues. And when I'm looking at a pattern like this, I think it is very informative to look across those samples, because I think you do gain information about interpreting a mixture like this by studying these patterns and how they change across the samples. And in G4, again, we see bands in this position and this position that visually match the bands from Mr. Goldman. They are of similar intensity now all the way across. There's slight variation there, but it's pretty close, I think you'll see. Whereas now, those last two bands in G4, the weaker band here and the weaker band here, those visually match the bands of Nicole Brown, and they've faded out quite a bit. And you can see in this position, if you look across the bands, you can see the fading. And I think here you can see the fading. And the relative intensities, I believe, are very informative in this case, because now this tells me that the bands in G4 that are in this position and this position tend to be associated with
this. From top to bottom, the top one and then the third one down.
Yes, the top one and the third one down, one would tend to associate those now with Mr. Goldman, whereas the ones in the second and fourth position, one would now tend to associate with Nicole Brown.
Okay. And without addressing the PCR test results, which we'll address shortly, and reflecting back to the stain from the glove, number 9 from Rockingham, that was labeled G3 on the previous membrane, what sorts of conclusions can you draw from your RFLP analysis alone of stains G1, G2, G3, and G4 from glove number 9 that was found in Rockingham?
The conclusion I would draw was, first of all, that the G3 one that we looked at earlier was that pattern was consistent only with Mr. Goldman's banding pattern, and that therefore he could be the source of that DNA. And then looking at G1, 2, and 4, we can also see Mr. Goldman's pattern, and also I think we can pick out separately that Nicole Brown's pattern is there also.
Okay, so at this point, based on your RFLP results, on G1, G2, G3, and G4, you have identified Nicole Brown and Ronald Goldman as possible sources of those stains, either singly, as in G3, or in combination in a mixture in G1, G2, and G4.
Yes.
Okay, now you also, and we just had them marked, did a couple of other probes for this same membrane, is that correct?
Yes, we did.
And were there actually a couple of probes or a couple of autorads that were produced for this membrane that were not used in your ultimate opinion?
That's correct.
And why was that?
There was one probe for which we had a problem with the hybridization, and I rejected the data. I would not use it.
Did those results tend to exclude what you have already concluded and described for the jury here?
No.
A technical problem?
Yes.
And the other auto rad?
The other autorad, as I recall, the locus on that. Can I refer to my notes?
Sure.
Yes, on the other locus that we mentioned, that I haven't mentioned yet, was our D4S139 locus. And in that locus, the two individuals tend to share a band, or they have a very close band. So you don't see this four-banded pattern in the mixture.
Okay, but did those results in any way undermine the conclusions you've already related to the jury?
No.
Okay, and we will show the remaining auto rads to the jury in a little bit. Okay, Mr. Sims, why don't you go back up to your seat? Mr. Sims, in reviewing all the tests that were done, in this case, both the RFLP and the PCR, and discussing the results with your colleagues at the Department of Justice, is it your opinion that all the tests that were done in this case were performed properly in accordance with the scientific literature?
Relevant. Discussions with,
Oh, well, but why don't you rephrase the question as it is leading?
Okay. Mr. Sims, do you have an opinion about, which is based on the scientific literature, protocols in your lab, and whatever user guides were provided to you, about whether or not the tests were performed properly and in accord with that information?
objection to the form of this question with respect to unnamed literature? Overruled. Wants to state his opinion. That's fine. Overruled.
Yes, all of the results that we reported would meet those criteria.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to, actually, we haven't resolved a couple of the boards, but I can do the Rockingham board now, and then
All right, let's proceed with that.
could we have the one twenty?
Mr. Harmon, this is People's 120, this particular board.
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
All right.
That's the Rockingham exterior photo board. And then we want to display People's Exhibit 261 for identification, which Dr. Cotton has already testified about, the Rockingham Result Board.
Mr. Harmon.
Okay, Mr. Sims, was one of the stains which the Department of Justice performed DNA analyses on in this case what has been described as item number 6 from the Rockingham Trail?
Yes.
And what sorts of tests were performed on item number 6 by the Department of Justice?
On item number 6, which is from the Rockingham Trail, that was our item number DNA 4, LAPD number 6. PCR-based tests, DQ alpha and D1S80 were performed.
Okay, and were similar PCR tests, DQ alpha and D1S80, performed on reference samples from the defendant, Ms. Brown, and Mr. Goldman?
Yes.
And would you look at the top of People's 261 for identification and see if the chart which describes the reference sample typing results, if that reflects the typing results of the defendant, Ms. Brown, and Mr. Goldman?
Yes, I believe it does, although I will quickly check the notes just for accuracy. Yes, those reflect our results.
Okay, and were you successful in obtaining PCR results from item number 6 from the Rockingham driveway?
Yes.
Okay, and what were those results?
From the Rockingham driveway,
Yes.
item number 6, the DQ alpha type was 1.1, 1.2. The D1S80 type was 24, 25.
And were those results consistent with,
Your Honor, I have a matter with respect to D1SA results. The approach?
All right, with the court reporter, please. All right, thank you, Counsel. Mr. Harmon, proceed.
Mr. Sims, what were the results that you obtained on your PCR analysis of the item number 6, the Rockingham driveway drop?
This is item number 6.
Mm-hmm.
The PCR results were as follows. The DQ alpha type was 1.1, comma 1.2. The D1S80 type was 24, comma 25.
Okay, and those were consistent with Mr. Simpson.
Yes, they were.
Could you approach People's Exhibit 261 and remove the 2 covers that reflect those results?
Do you want me to stand over?
Just remove them and then let the jury see them. We just want to make sure they're what you just described for us. The PCR results appear to reflect the results you obtained?
Yes.
And then under the not excluded column, those are consistent with Mr. Simpson?
Yes, they are.
Does that mean he's a possible source of those stains?
Yes, it does.
We'll discuss statistics in a little bit on that. Okay. You can have a seat again. Your Honor, I had wanted to discuss the glove and the socks results, and we never finally resolved those boards. I'm sorry. I hadn't thought of it before we started this morning.
All right, let me ask the jury to step back into the jury room briefly. Courtroom. Mr. Harmon, which boards are we talking about?
The boards in question are the glove photo board, number 9 photo board that we have not yet marked,
All right.
and then the glove results board, which have not been marked.
All right.
And there were some, Mr. Scheck had expressed some concerns about the way we've presented the information there. So can we start with the glove photo board? Put it up there.
All right, this was going to be used in conjunction with the results board.
Yes, which we'll show you next. It might make sense to look at them both together since they will be displayed together. Could you do that?
All right, Mr. Scheck, any comment?
It's the same objection we made before, and I think that the difficulty for the court at this point in time is that to be consistent in the rulings that have been made with previous boards. If I were in your position, at this point and in the interest of moving on, I might be inclined not to be consistent in the rulings. But the point is that these objections were made known to them a long time ago with the boards, and they've done nothing to conform them. The problem here is the 352 problem and the argumentative problem that the court has been dealing with respect to boards and has been consistent and very, very strict in the rulings. If you look at the Rockingham Blood Result Board, what they're trying to indicate here is that for various different stains, G10, for example, G9, that is Mr. Goldman's blood. For G12, that is Mr. Goldman and Ms. Nicole Brown Simpson's blood, et cetera. Even with respect to the mixtures, they're making assertions that these are the mixtures of the blood of these various different individuals, as opposed to simply stating that they're markers, and markers that have different frequencies and dramatically different frequencies. Some of these results that are reflected in the G numbers on the Rockingham glove result boards are RFLP test results, which conceitedly will have frequencies which are much rarer, dramatically rarer than the mixture, the D1S80 result with respect to Mr. Simpson on the glove, which is extremely common. And then when the aggregate frequency comes in with respect to the mixture, necessarily extraordinarily common. So it seems to me that it gets extremely misleading, and it's a terrible 352 problem. We've tried to be very careful in not mixing up people with respect to these results. I pointed out to them just the other day that it's going to be the prejudice of the glove result board is compounded by the fact that they're giving G numbers. You know, if they want to say, well, we won't mislead the jury because we're giving statistics and not excluded results on the result board, it's going to be very hard to link them up because they're having even different numbers. Now, they knew that this was a problem. They knew what the court's rulings had been on the previous boards. They made absolutely no effort to conform. This has been pending, you know, really for ever since we dealt with the first board with Mr. Clark. They knew exactly what the problem was, exactly what the rulings had been, exactly how they should be conformed, and they just didn't bother. And so now the court is confronted with a situation where we all want to move on with this testimony. We all want to get through this. And they think they can, you know, slide it past, and the court won't be consistent with its rulings. And I just urge you to be consistent in your rulings.
So your objection is that the names of the individuals that are not excluded should be taken off of the Rockingham glove blood results, and that the item number G1 through 13 should remain, 1 through G14 to indicate where on the glove the samples were taken.
That's, yes.
All right.
My turn?
Thank you.
Just so I understand your objection.
In fact, your solution was better than the one I proposed the other day. Well, which is not uncommon when it comes to the boards.
Mr. Harmon.
Your Honor, I promise you that I will never show one board without the other board. If I could hinge them together to ensure that that will never happen, even when I'm not here, I would do that, but our easels couldn't hold it. Here's the problem. We have the same names over there that we have here. And if the jury's going to see them all together, how argumentative is it to have the same names there that we have here? For example, G13. If you want, I can uncover G13 and you see it says it's consistent with a mixture of Ronald Goldman, Nicole Brown, and Orenthal Simpson. That's what we have over there. That's the same mixture we have on G11. So while it may be devastating to see the same thing in two places, how can it be prejudicial if I assure you, to the best of my human ability, that they will never be seen separately?
Court. Because the frequencies are all different. The statistical significance, even assuming all this comes in, is all different. The mixture numbers aren't even here. The rarity of these mixtures and the significance one can draw with them, which is the essence of understanding DNA evidence, is all different. And this board is purposely designed to say, this is whose blood it is, in this kind of mixture form, and that is argumentative with respect to these results. They should just get rid of the names.
I say something, Your Honor? I mean, they're going to be seen together. There's nothing different here. You know, what they're doing is that it's the same whipsaw that forced us to calculate mixtures when virtually everything is shaded there, and we'll do that later. Okay, and you heard how we just explained just the RFLP results and what he can say and what he can't say about it. And given the eloquence and the credentials of Mr. Scheck and Mr. Neufeld, there is no question that if I overstate the significance of anything, we will be humiliated, and the commentators will have a heyday with us, overstepping the limits
your
of
first
this.
mistake is to listen to the commentators, much less
I
pay
didn't say I
attention,
did. I didn't say I did.
since they don't know what they're talking about either. All right, here's the problem, though. We do have various different results because we have different tests. This board gives the impression that these are results, not non-exclusions, which is what these really are. I agree with you. It will be very helpful. It is helpful to me to look at this exhibit. It has great probative value, telling me where these samples were taken on the glove. This is the first time that I can now picture where the samples were taken, and it allows the finder of fact to think more clearly as to how the blood got where it is. So I agree that
Not excluded patch. Would that help to put in? Do we have a not excluded patch? We have a lot of them, so. We have a not excluded patch. See, this board started out with a possible source. Now, we can say possible source, but we can't put it on the board. So we've been forced to put not excluded on the column there. So to get a little symmetry here, let's put not excluded on this board.
have you got a non-excluded?
If we can get I'll defer to after the lunch hour if a not excluded patch will suffice on the top of the board. I mean, we had possible source on it and just got rid of it because of the anxiety that created.
All right. Let me see it with a non-excluded after the lunch hour. All right, let's proceed.
Could Justin, that's not going to solve the problem with respect to the mixtures and the different probabilities. My suggestion is the one that the court raised, and could they also prepare something that would take this board in conjunction with the result board, which I think would be a far more accurate and not confusing way. I mean, whereas you would see in connection with the result board exactly which location is referred to in terms of the different patterns, the not excluded and the frequencies, so they could be linked up, but does not make the confusing and argumentative kinds of assertions here. So if you could ask for I'd ask that they prepare a backup system of patches just in case.
All right, I'm going to direct the prosecution to prepare a not excluded addition to the Rockingham Glove blood results board. And when we mark these for identification purposes, they will be to whatever it is, A and B, so that they are always part of the same exhibit. All right, that's the order. Let's proceed. Let's have the jury please take the blood photograph, the glove photograph down.
Rockingham board right now and put it up. And we'll make sure that that doesn't ever get seen by the jury until we
Have a
will
new.
have another one.
Is it removable, Mr.
Do
Fairtlow?
that?
Yes, Your Honor, it is.
Let me see it. Please be seated. All right, proceed, Mr. Harmon.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's proceed.
Can we proceed with that as we, okay. Your Honor, at this point, I'd like to mark as people's next in order, 272, a photo board showing item number 9.
No, not the photo board. The agreement was after lunch, that was going to be taken care of.
Oh, I misunderstood. I thought we would do that now.
No, that wasn't done. Let's proceed.
Okay, and we didn't address the sock board either, which is,
Well, move on.
okay, moving right on to exhibit number 172, the Bronco photo board. Your Honor, what time does the court intend to break today?
10:30.
10:30, okay. And could we show that in conjunction with the Bronco results board, which has been marked as Exhibit 260? Mr. Sims, while the photo board is being found, did the Department of Justice perform DNA analysis on LAPD item number 24, which was marked as your number 15?
Yes,
And did your department or your laboratory also perform DNA analysis on item number 29 from the Bronco steering wheel, which you marked as DOJ 16?
yes,
And did your department perform DNA analysis on item number 30, LAPD item number 30 from the center console of the Bronco, which you marked as DOJ DNA 17?
yes,
And did your lab perform analyses on item number 31 from the Bronco center console, which is your number 18?
yes,
And did your laboratory perform analyses on item number 34 from the Bronco driver's side wall, which you marked as item 20?
yes,
And did your department perform DNA analysis on item 293 from the carpet driver's side, which you marked as your number 29?
yes,
Did your department perform DNA testing on item 303 from the center console, which you marked as DOJ 52?
Yes.
Did your department, your laboratory, perform DNA testing on item 304 from the center console, which you marked as DNA 53?
Yes.
And finally, from the Bronco, did your lab perform analysis on item 305 from the center console, which you marked as item 30?
Yes.
Okay, let's go back to the top then. Item number, 24, which you marked as DNA 15. What sorts of tests did you perform on that sample?
The test that was performed was DQ alpha typing, PCR DQ alpha typing.
And that's the only test you performed?
Yes.
What result did you obtain?
The type was 1.1, comma 1.2.
Okay, and is that result consistent with the known type of Mr. Simpson, the defendant in this case?
Yes, it is.
Would you step to the board and remove the covers on item 24, your number 15? Can you reach it? Not yet, huh?
Mr. Fairlow? Yep. Got it.
And that reflects DQ alpha 1112?
Yes, it does.
And was the defendant excluded as the possible source of that stain?
No, he was not.
Could you remove that column? Okay, and item number 29, did you perform DNA testing on that sample?
Yes.
What results did you obtain?
And again, when you're saying me, that's our lab.
The laboratory, sure.
On item number 29, I'm sorry, this is,
Item number 29, your
Yes.
number 16.
yes, okay. That test was the DQ alpha test.
And what were the results?
The result was that we found mainly what we consider to be a type 1.1, comma 1.2 with a weaker 4 allele.
Okay, would you remove the cover? And are the results accurately depicted on 260, the exhibit board?
Yes.
And let's just talk about, this is one of the samples you sent extracted DNA to Cellmark from, is that
Yes.
correct? And the only test in common that you and Cellmark performed, if the chart is correct, is the DQ alpha testing, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you have described a weaker 4. What's the significance of seeing a 1-1-1-2 weaker 4?
With the weaker 4 allele, well, first of all, by my interpretation, I saw the 1.1, 1.2, which is consistent with the defendant's own type, which is 1.1, comma 1.2. I noted the weaker 4 allele. And in my interpretation, because there was so little DNA in this sample, I was hesitant to make much of a conclusion of that weaker 4 as to who could be the source.
Is this one of the ones you struggled with in terms of how to describe the significance or the conclusions of your results?
Absolutely. It's a difficult interpretation.
And it's clearly a mixture.
Yes.
And what's the significance of the low amount of DNA with respect to being able to draw a conclusion on this sample alone?
On this sample alone, my concern was with that very low level of DNA to begin with, and given that it is a mixture, I would be concerned that we may not detect one of the weaker alleles in a mixture.
Now, when you say there was a low level of DNA to begin with, you performed some sort of quantitative analysis of the DNA.
Yes, we did.
And when you perform that sort of quantitative analysis, is that a quantitation of the total amount of DNA that's in the mixture,
Yes.
but not the relative contributions of the different sources?
That's correct. In other words, we just knew the total DNA, but we wouldn't know the breakdown of the mixture from that procedure.
Okay, and is this one that you actually, it was difficult for you to describe in terms of what your conclusion was about who was excluded and who was not excluded?
Yes.
And is your, I'm going to ask you to describe it to the best of your ability, the way you described your conclusion in your report? Do you have your report memorized in terms of how you concluded who was excluded and who was not on this stain?
I don't have it memorized, but I have my report in front of me.
Okay, would it help to just read it over and do the best you can with that?
Yes.
How did you describe your conclusions in terms of comparing your result with the reference samples in this case?
Well, the main point I made, again, was that I saw this particular combination of 1.1, 1.2 as being the major component of this pattern. And so from that, I concluded that Mr. Simpson could not be excluded as a possible source of that sample.
And is that clear that was not, you did not exclude him on this stain?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, where'd you go from there?
Well, what I went from there was I saw this 4 by itself. I did not see Mr. Goldman's type in full, which was the 1.3, 4. But I was hesitant to make an absolute exclusion of Mr. Goldman on that basis.
Why?
Well, what this kind of result tells me is that this is probably a good sample for additional testing, which is one reason we sent that to Cellmark. Because this information was just limited as to any conclusion with Mr. Goldman. At the same time, I want to point out that I don't think it's proper for me to stand here and say, oh yes, that 4 came from Mr. Goldman. That's not the kind of point I'm trying to make at all. The point I want to make is that when you're talking about absolute exclusions, we said that we could not make a clear-cut exclusion of Mr. Goldman on that sample. But I'm not suggesting for one moment that he's the source of that 4.
So you can't exclude him,
I could not make what I call the clear-cut exclusion.
but you're not saying he's included either.
That's exactly right. I think that would be very prejudicial.
For that matter, can you tell us how many people could produce the combination of types that you see in your results?
With just the major, the major
How
type.
many people, can you actually put a limit on how many people total could have contributed to that mixture?
Well, it would be very difficult with interpreting that very weak 4 and not knowing what else may be there in the weak component.
Okay, I guess my question is not clear. What's the maximum number of people that could have contributed the mixed results that you alone obtained on that sample?
Well, the maximum number, if you start thinking of all the different possibilities, that would certainly add up. I mean, you could have 2 people, for example, that are of the same type could contribute to a mixture. So,
Well, let me just give you a general question. Without knowing the types of this group, could you exclude the starting lineup of the LA Lakers?
if I knew their types,
But just by the number of them.
no, it would be very difficult to make that kind of determination. But again, I can only speak to what I see. I can't.
Are your results necessarily inconsistent with Cellmark's conclusion in any way?
Oh, not at all. And for example, if one wanted to say that Nicole Brown could be there because her 1.1 allele is present and she is a 1.1, 1.1, then certainly that's a possible combination.
Okay, and given the way you've questioned it, do you feel there's any point to put Mr. Goldman's name in the not excluded column?
I think this is sort of an asterisk situation. I don't feel comfortable putting him there. I certainly wouldn't feel comfortable putting him in an impossible source. I think that would be correct.
Okay, fine. Well, let's move on to item number 30 from the center console, number 17.
Okay?
What results did the lab obtain on your analysis of number 17?
On that particular sample, we did 2 different PCR systems. We did the DQ alpha typing and also D1SA typing.
And what were those results?
The results were DQ alpha type for number 30 was 1.1, 1.2. The D1S80 type was 24, 25.
And were those results consistent with Mr. Simpson, the defendant?
Yes.
Could you remove those 2 covers from item number 30? Okay, and the board 260 accurately depicts the results that you just described?
Yes.
Let's move to item number 31 from the center console. You're number 18. What sort of tests did the lab perform on those?
The lab performed DQ alpha and D1S80 tests.
And what were the results?
The results were as follows. On the DQ alpha test, we determined that there was mainly 1.1, comma 1.2, and we also saw what we considered to be a weaker mix with 1.3 and 4 alleles.
Okay, and how were you able to determine this stronger or weaker conclusion?
When one is looking at one of these typing strips, one can see that there is a stronger contribution, a stronger dot for particular types than for some of the other dots. And it's analogous to the process I was showing you on the RFLP. It's a different typing system, obviously, but it's the same idea about picking out what two alleles might go together because they're stronger, and what two alleles or dots might go together because they're weaker.
So sometimes you can sort them out by the relative strengths of these things,
Yes,
and sometimes you can't.
that's correct.
And would that same general provision apply whether it's RFLP or PCR?
Yes.
Why don't you remove the strip covering the results for 31, as well as the not excluded category? So would you describe, you've listed in the not excluded category the defendant in this case. Why did you include him in what you saw in the mixture results that you saw from item number 31, the center console?
We included the defendant because his types are present in the sample, 1.1, comma 1.2 for the DQ alpha, and also 2425 for the D1S80.
Okay. And the weaker 1.3, comma 4, who is that consistent with?
That's consistent with Ronald Goldman.
And let's talk about Mr. Goldman's D1S80 type, and Renee Montgomery will be testifying next and demonstrating some of these results.
Objection. Sustained. Curious to disregard that last comment.
How can you sort out, looking at the reference types of Mr. Simpson, the defendant, and Mr. Goldman, it appears they have something in common with D1S80, is that correct?
Yes, they do. They both share the 24 allele.
Okay, so how can you determine that if you see a 24-25, as you did in this case, is there anything about the results that help you sort out the mixture?
In some cases, there are clear distinctions. It varies from sample to sample, however.
Okay, so let me make sure I understand, or we've explained this, you've explained this to the jury. The results from 31, are they clearly a mixture?
Yes,
And they're clearly a mixture that is consistent in the stronger regard on DQ alpha with the defendant.
yes,
And then the weaker 1.3, 1.4, could that have come from the defendant in this case?
the weaker 1.3, comma 4 could not have come from the defendant.
And it's consistent with Mr. Goldman.
Yes, it is.
Let's just stop for a second and talk about inheriting patterns from parents. Is this mixture stain, could this mixture stain that we're talking about, item 31, be consistent with an offspring of the defendant and Nicole Brown?
No, not if you look at, for example, the DQ alpha types for the defendant and also for Nicole Brown. Their children would be either 1.1, comma 1.1, I'm looking up here now, or 1.1, 1.2.
And is that because an offspring would have to inherit a 1.1 from Nicole
Yes,
and would have to inherit either a 1.1 or a 1.2 from the defendant?
yes,
That's just DQ alpha.
yes.
And now D1S80,
With re-
what combination of types could an offspring have of defendant and Ms. Brown?
Well, again, with the idea that one comes from the mother and one from the father, the D1S80 types for the offspring of Nicole Brown and the defendant would be 1824 or 1825.
Okay. So the D1S80 type alone that you obtained from item 31, the console, that alone could not be from an offspring of the defendant, Mr. Simpson, and Nicole Brown.
That's correct.
And the DQ alpha mixture alone could not be consistent with an offspring of the same two people.
That's correct.
Okay, let's move to item number 34, the driver's side wall in the photograph
Yes.
down at the lower left-hand column. Your number 20, what sorts of tests did you perform on that stain?
That was just DQ alpha type.
And what results did you obtain?
The type was 1.1, comma 1.2 for number 34.
Okay, would you remove the covers from that one? And the possible, or the not excluded, who did you not exclude?
Mr. Simpson, the defendant.
And you, so that result is consistent with him.
That's correct.
He's a possible source.
That's correct.
Now, that's the same result that you obtained on item 24, the instrument panel, is that right?
Yes.
Now, why didn't you do any more tests on those two items?
As I recall, there was very limited DNA in those samples.
And taken at face value, given you just told us about the hereditary nature of these samples, that result could be consistent with an offspring of the defendant, Mr. Simpson, and Nicole Brown.
Yes.
Let's move on to item number 293, the carpet on the driver's side. This is in the photo at the bottom in the middle with the pointer.
Okay.
What sort of tests did you perform on that sample?
We performed DQ alpha and D1S80 tests.
And what were the results of those tests?
The results were as follows. For DQ alpha, the type was a 1.1, comma 1.1. We noted that there was a possible trace of 1.2 present. For D1S80, the result was 18, comma 18.
Okay, and is that, other than the possible trace that you've described, whom are those results consistent with from among the three reference types in this case?
Nicole Brown.
Would you remove the cover on those results in the not excluded column? Could though? I'll move that up momentarily. Yes. Could those results in combination, the DQ alpha and D1S80 types, could those have come from an offspring, a child of the defendant and Nicole Brown,
No.
for the same reasons you've described?
Yes.
Now, what's this possible trace 1.2 in there? What's that mean?
Well, when one performs this kind of testing, one can get, especially with these one types, these, what do we call these one subtypes, one sometimes sees very faint dots. And you can't always be sure if those very faint dots are attributable to an actual type or if they may be an artifact from the typing process.
So in the context of this case, could you say that based on the total of your PCR results, that Mr. Simpson's type could also be in there because he's a 1.1, 1.2?
You could not exclude him on that basis if there was some of his DNA present. However, we find no evidence of his DNA in the D1S80 type.
And is the D1S80 test, based on your review of the literature and your use of these protocols, is that as equally sensitive to this witness? Okay. Do you feel, based on your observations, your review of the data in this case, I notice we don't have the defendant's name in that not excluded column. Are you saying that it is your opinion that he could be included in that stain based on all the results?
I think there's a possibility of that, although not seeing his type on the D1S80, I wouldn't have that information.
Move to strike.
Last part of the answer.
And Mr. Goldman is excluded or not included as the result of these tests, is that correct?
We do not find his type, so he is excluded.
And item number 303, the center console stain, which is in the lower right-hand photograph on the board, exhibit number 172. What sorts of tests did you perform on item 303?
We performed DQ alpha and D1S80 tests on that.
Okay. And what were the results of those tests?
The results were as follows. For DQA1, DQ alpha, 1.1 allele was present, possible 1.2 allele present, 1.3 and 4 alleles were also present, indicating a mixed.
Okay, would you remove that under PCR results?
Would you like me
Oh,
to state
and the D1S80, sure, I'm sorry.
The D1S80 results were mainly the 24 and 25 alleles, along with a weaker 18 allele, again indicating a mixture.
Okay, so clearly it's a mixture.
Yes,
Would you remove the cover from the PCR results? From among the 3 reference samples that were provided to you in this case, whom could you not exclude?
all 3 of the individuals, the 3 principals, the 2 victims and the defendant, are consistent with being part of that mixture.
Could you remove the cover from the not excluded column? Does that mean, at least as far as the 3 reference samples that were provided to you in this case, that the defendant, Mr. Goldman and Ms. Brown, are possible sources of the stain on 303?
Yes,
Is there anything about, just focusing on DQ alpha, the relative intensities of the DQ alpha results that help you sort out the relative strengths of these things?
no, on this particular sample with the DQ alpha, the intensities were all very similar.
So this is one where the relative intensities don't help you,
That's correct.
right? Unlike the glove RFLP results
Yes.
and unlike 29, the steering wheel.
Yes.
Now, you're not saying they're the only 3 people who could have contributed that mixture, are you?
That's correct. I'm not saying.
And without knowing the starting lineup of the San Antonio Spurs, you can't exclude them as being the possible contributors of that, is it?
Move to strike that, and I have taken a strong exception to naming certain basketball teams, and not others.
I'll get to the Knicks, I'll get to the Knicks next.
That's,
Can he answer that, Sure. Could you answer that?
Yes, I could not exclude the San Antonio Spurs.
Okay. Just the starting lineup.
The starting one.
Okay.
Starting.
Let's move to 304, the center console stain, your number 53.
Yes.
What sorts of tests did you perform on those stains?
Again, it was DQ alpha and D1S80 typing.
And what results did you obtain?
The results are, to make it simple, the results were the same for for 52 and 53 gave the same results with DQ alpha and D1S80.
So could you remove that cover from that column? And the same as far as possible sources?
Yes.
Okay, why don't you remove that? And would you characterize them the same? In other words, you cannot exclude the 3 people that are listed in the not excluded column as possible sources of that mixture.
That's correct.
Let me ask you just a general question about 303 and 304. When you say it's a mixture, are you saying that the types that you see in 303 and 304 in total are more than you would expect to see from a drop of blood from the defendant in this case?
Yes.
He could not be the sole source of stain 303 and 304.
That's correct.
And you can't tell us, for example, if these different mixtures were deposited on top of one another at different times.
I couldn't tell.
You can just tell us what was there at the time you tested it.
That's correct.
Okay, let's move to 305, the center console, which again is in that photo in the lower right-hand corner. What test did you submit stain 305 to?
That was the DQ alpha typing and also the D1S80 typing.
What results did you obtain?
For that particular sample 305, the DQ alpha was 1.1, possible 1.2, and then weaker 1.3 and 4 alleles, indicating again a mixture.
And then how about D1S80?
D1S80, mainly 24 and 25 alleles with weaker 18 allele, again indicating a mixture.
Okay, now, would you, once you remove the covers from that, now, how would you compare, it looks like you've described 305 somewhat differently than 303 and 304, is that true?
Yes.
And what can you tell us about why you've described them differently?
They were described differently because in this particular case, 305, one now sees that the 1.3 and the 4 alleles are weaker than the 1.1 and the possible 1.2 allele.
Okay, and you've already described that Mr. Goldman's type, DQ alpha type, is 1.3 comma 4. Is that true?
That's correct.
And when, is this somewhat like the RFLP mixtures when you can see things stronger and things weaker than others? That helps you pair types up?
Objection. Leading and no foundation.
Does it help you pair types up in the DQ alpha marker when you see some dots stronger than others?
Yes.
Okay, and is that the basis for your describing 1.3 comma 4 as weaker?
Yes.
And is it fair, would it be fair to say that 303, 304, and 305 produced consistent results between and among one another?
Yes, overall, they are consistent, those three.
Is there anything inconsistent between or among any of those three stains?
Objection vague.
No, there's nothing inconsistent other than the weaker 1.3 comma 4 on 305. But otherwise, they're very similar patterns.
Would this be a good break time, Jeff?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our break for the morning session. Please remember all my attentions to you. Don't discuss the case. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't allow anybody to communicate with you. Don't conduct any deliberation until the matter is submitted to you. We stand recess for 15 and joined by all the members of our jury panel. Mr. Harmon, you may continue with your direct examination of
Thank you, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Sims.
Mr. Sims, I want to go back to item number 6 that you tested from the stain at Rockingham. Was there a substrate control you tested along with that?
Yes, there was. There was a substrate control that was tested in, I believe, D1S80.
Okay. Does it matter in terms of testing the substrate control for the presence of any biological material on it, whether you test it with the DQ alpha marker or the D1S80 marker?
Well, either test is capable of detecting very low levels of human DNA. So by that criterion, we didn't detect anything in the substrate control for that item that would indicate there was some human contamination.
Okay. And the same with respect to the Bronco stains that you tested. I'm not going to put the board back up there, but would you please describe which of the stains from the Bronco that your lab tested that also tested substrate controls?
Yes, for those particular samples, wherever we presented a DQ alpha or a D1S80 result, we also tested in that particular system the substrate control, and in all cases those were all negative.
So every item that was on the Bronco result board, which was Exhibit 260, you also tested a substrate control. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct. In each one of the systems that we tested, whether it be DQ alpha and or D1S80.
Okay, fine. Let's move on, if you would, and I'd like to have marked as people's next in order a board described as the glove number 9 results board. And may that be 272,
272,
the glove results.
yes, and
And then 273 for the glove photo board.
how about 272A and B?
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot, Your Honor. 272A and 272B.
I think we need it up a little, Mr. Fairwell.
Okay. Mr. Sims, have you had a chance to see 272B, which is the photo board that has photos of the glove inside and out?
Yes, I have.
And are the photos on 272B, are they actually photos which you took?
Yes, they are.
Okay, and on 272B, which is the photo board, there are numbers, G1, G2, G3, et cetera. Do they correspond to your item number?
Yes, they are. The red lines point to the approximate locations where I sampled those stains with those designations.
Okay, and actually your item number, the main number that you assigned to the glove from Rockingham was what number?
That was DNA 13, which is LAPD number 9.
Okay, and then the G numbers are the numbers you assigned to individual stains that you collected?
Yes.
And if you look at 272A, the result board, are those items under the column entitled cell mark / DOJ number, the G numbers?
Yes, they are.
And all the results that you obtained are represented by the numbers that are listed there, G1, G2, G3, G4, G9, G10, G11, G12, G13, and G14?
Yes.
Okay. Let's step back just for a moment and talk about your examination of the glove, just for a couple of questions. And if you would, it probably would be better, step up to the board here, and if you use the long pointer so all the jurors can see.
Sims right there.
And let's start with the back of the hand inside photo. Could you just, in numerical order, describe what the substance is or what the material is that those stains were removed from?
The substance that the stains were removed from is this material that forms the inside lining of the gloves.
Okay, now, as far as the stains on the inside of the glove, did you make any attempt to correlate the location of those stains to stitching or seams on the outside of the glove?
Well, I noted that the gloves were stitched, especially along the fingers. We don't see it here, but along the back of the hand, there's stitching, and there's also stitching along this thumb area down here. I think there were also some holes in the glove when I received it, but those are various locations where the main thing was the stitching. That's what I was interested in.
And what, if anything, is the relationship of the stitching to where you found stains on the inside of the glove, if you can generalize?
Yes, in general, particularly when we're talking about the fingers and out towards the finger areas, that's where the stitching is, and I made the determination that the vast quantity of blood from the outside could have followed that stitching, sort of wicking up into the inside. That was my what appeared to have happened to me.
Now, were you provided a substrate control for any or all of the stains in this case?
No.
For the glove, I'm sorry.
No, The problem with the glove is that there's so much blood all over it that it'd be very difficult to find an area that didn't have traces of blood on it.
And would that be unusual with an item that was as heavily covered with blood as this glove was on the outside to not have a substrate control?
That would not be unusual.
And does the failure to have a substrate control in the results that you're going to be describing in a moment, does that in any way, in your opinion, undermine the results that you're going to be presenting?
No, I don't think so. And I think in particular with that sort of situation, what I did was to look at some multiple areas to try to see if certain types would be reproduced consistently or in different areas so that it wasn't just a one-shot determination.
And how might that address the failure to have a substrate control, testing from diverse areas on the same item?
Well, by looking at diverse areas and seeing diverse results, that would give an indication of what the different mixture patterns, for example, might be.
Okay. Why don't we, can have a seat up there. Why don't we start out from item number 9, the right-hand glove from Rockingham. Would you please,
We need Mr. Sims, because of his voice, to turn and face
Sure.
the jury.
could-
And he's also keeps blocking jury number 7. So once you stand on this side.
if you stand over here, yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Would you describe what sort of tests were performed on G1? I think you've already described generally the RFLP results. We showed them on AM 626. Is that the results that correspond to G1?
Yes, what we saw on G1.
Could you remove the cover of the RFLP column, please? Okay, now, you've already described those RFLP results as being possibly a mixture, is that correct?
Yes.
And what PCR results did you obtain from that mixture stain?
From that mixture stain, the results were that we had DQ alpha and D1S80 results.
And specifically, what results did you produce for the analysis of the stain at G1?
For DQ alpha, 1.1, possible 1.2, 1.3, and 4 alleles, indicating a mixture.
Okay. When you say indicating a mixture, why is that an indication of a mixture?
Because again, there were more than 2 alleles.
Could you remove that cover? And does that accurately describe what you've just told us?
It also includes the D1S80 results, which I didn't state, but
Okay, and what were they?
18 and 24 alleles were detected.
Okay, and you've described that the RFLP results were consistent with a mixture of 2 people, Nicole Brown and Ronald Goldman. What can you tell us about the PCR results?
The PCR results would also be consistent with the mixture of those 2 individuals.
Could you remove under the not excluded column the cover of that? And is it true that the PCR results, in essence, do not exclude Nicole Brown and Ronald Goldman,
Yes,
as well as a whole bunch of other possibilities?
that's correct.
Okay. Moving on to G2. You've already described on AM 626, we've seen 3 autorads showing RFLP mixture results from that. Is that the sum total of the RFLP results that you obtained in this case?
Yes.
3 or how many?
I'm sorry, there were 4 actually.
Okay, would you remove the cover of the RFLP result column for G2, which you've previously described and shown to the jury? And there's actually one more autorad that shows a similar result,
Yes,
that there was a mixture.
yes.
And the mixture was consistent with whom?
The mixture was consistent with Nicole Brown and Ronald Goldman.
And what PCR test did you submit that stain to?
That was tested for D1S80 and DQ alpha.
And what results did you obtain?
The results were as follows for DQ alpha, 1.1, possible 1.2, 1.3, and 4 alleles, again indicating a mixture. And D1S80, 18 and 24 alleles.
Okay, would you remove the cover for the PCR results for G2? Does what's described there accurately depict your results?
Yes,
Okay, and are those results consistent and corroborative of the RFLP results?
yes.
In what way?
Well, again, they're consistent with the mixture of Nicole Brown and Ronald Goldman.
Do they help you say anything else?
Well, there are only certain possibilities, yes,
Okay.
but that's all I can say with regards to those. the
Okay.
principles
Are you
of this
saying
case.
that Nicole Brown and Ronald Goldman could have produced the mixtures that were seen on G2,
Yes,
as well as a number of other possibilities?
yes.
Can you remove the not excluded column? Now let's just talk about G1 and G2 together for a moment. Do the known types of Nicole Brown and Ronald Goldman account for all of the RFLP and PCR results that you've described so far?
Yes,
In other words, there's nothing in there that's foreign or extraneous to a mixture of those people.
that's correct.
Is that correct? Okay. G3, you've previously described your RFLP results. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And how many actual probes or genetic markers did you test G3 for?
I want to just review to make sure I've got that correct. 8.
I'm sorry,
8.
8? And what was your conclusion just based on the RFLP results?
Just on the RFLP result,
Yes.
well, that provided very strong evidence that that was Ronald Goldman's blood on the glove, the RFLP alone.
Okay, could you remove the cover there? Okay, we'll come back to what you've described as very strong evidence in a little bit. Did you perform PCR testing on that stain?
On that particular stain, yes,
What tests did you submit that stain to?
DQ alpha and D1S80.
What results did you obtain?
For DQ alpha, 1.3, 4, possible 1.2, and possible trace of the 1.1 allele.
Okay, could you remove the cover and we'll talk about that? Make sure it reflects what you just told us.
And again, the D1S80 type is 2424.
Okay, now, you've got possible 1.2 and possible trace 1.1 in there. Can you tell us why you've used those terms to describe what you saw?
Yes, one of the limitations of the DQ alpha typing system is that the 1.2 allele cannot always be determined in a mixture because there's no unique probe for that 1.2 allele as that test is performed. So one has to, by looking at the pattern of dots, one has to make an inference that it may be there. And if it may be there, then we would say possible 1.2.
Is that in all mixtures or just certain mixtures of types?
Just certain mixtures.
Okay, go ahead and let's talk about the 1.1.
The 1.1 is also a situation where with this particular typing system, you can sometimes see a weak signal at the 1.1 dot because of a phenomenon that's called DX alpha. It's not to get overly technical, but one has to know that sometimes you can see a weak signal at that 1.1 dot, even though there is not a 1.1 present.
Is this phenomenon described in scientific literature?
Yes, it's well described in the scientific literature. It's part of a user guide that comes with the kit, and anybody that's using this should be aware of that.
Now, before we talk about the not excluded column, you're not saying that it's possible that Mr. Simpson's blood is in there, are you?
I would not make that conclusion based on those results.
Even though there's a possible 1.2 and a possible trace 1.1.
Well, I do not see his D1S80 type there, and so I wouldn't make that inference that.
Okay, before we uncover the not excluded, what about Nicole Brown? What could you say? You're not saying that she's not excluded as a result of these tests, are you?
Again, I don't see her 18 there, so there's no evidence for there. Is it possible that, for example, she or Mr. Simpson could be making a very minute contribution to this? Yes, it's possible, but
That's not your opinion.
no, I see no evidence for that, and I don't think
Okay.
that should be stated.
Could you cover,
Move to strike possibility. Over.
could you remove the not excluded? So is it your opinion that Mr. Goldman could be, there's strong evidence that Mr. Goldman could be the source of the stain on area G3?
Move to strike the term strong evidence. Over.
Yes.
Okay, we'll move on to G4 then. You've previously described G4 and shown some autorads on AM 626. Recall that?
Yes.
And the jury got to see 3 of the autorads. How many autorads genetic marker tests did you actually submit this stain to?
At this point, it's probably a good idea to make a correction. There were 4 probes originally on G1, G2, and G4, but as you'll recall, we added the D5 later, which I think is one we showed. So these are actually now 5, including G4. Those should all actually be 5.
Okay, we'll get a patch sometime during the day for G1, G2, and G4. So why don't we talk about, just summarize your observations about G4. You've described it as a mixture.
Yes.
And
With the RFLP.
With the RFLP. What sorts of PCR tests did you subject G4 to?
G4 was subjected to DQ alpha and D1S80 typing.
And what were your results?
The results were that for DQ alpha, 1.1, possible 1.2, 1.3, and 4 alleles, mixture indicated.
Okay, so clearly it's a mixture,
Yes.
and that's corroborative of what you saw with the RFLP results, is that correct?
Yes.
Could you remove the cover from the PCR results on G4? Now, is the result from G4 any different from the result on G2? The PCR results?
Yes.
Yes, it is?
Yes.
And could you describe what it is that's different about G4 from G2?
The clear difference that we're seeing here was that for G4, the 18 allele on D1S80 was weaker than the 24 allele.
What's the significance of that?
Well, the significance,
Strike through the sequence. Objection.
I'll
Sustained.
withdraw the question. Anything about the DQ alpha results?
the DQ alpha
It's different.
results were reported in the same fashion. No, they were reported in the same fashion.
And are your PCR results corroborative of the mixture that you've already described and demonstrated to the jury from G4, from glove number 9 at Rockingham?
Yes.
How?
Well, again, the RFLP results and the PCR results are consistent with a mixture of Nicole Brown and Ronald Goldman.
Could you remove the not excluded column? Well, you've got Ronald Goldman and Nicole Brown listed there. Does that mean they're the possible source?
Yes.
And when you say possible source, there are many other possibilities. Is that correct?
Yes, there are many other possibilities.
On the other hand, is all of the data that you observed in the RFLP results and the PCR results on G4, is that all accounted for when one combines the types of Mr. Goldman and Nicole Brown?
Yes.
So there's nothing foreign to either Ronald Goldman or Nicole Brown in any of the stains that we've discussed to this point, G1, G2, G3, and G4. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Let's talk about G9, okay? That is not one of the stains that was subjected to RFLP typing, is that correct?
That's correct.
What sort of test did you subject G9 to?
G9 was tested for DQ alpha and D1S8 PCR markers.
And what results were obtained?
For G9, DQ alpha was 1.3, 4, possible 1.2, with possible trace 1.1.
Could you remove that cover from that column of PCR results, please? Now, are these results different than the PCR results in G9? Are they in any way different than the results from, say, G4?
Well, they're different in that we did not detect the 18 allele, for example, in G9, which we did detect in G4. Also, there is a difference with regards to the 1.1 allele. It was determined to be clearly present in G4, but now it's dropped down to the category of possible trace in G9.
Okay, so just move up one notch then. Are the results that you obtained from G9 from the glove at Rockingham, are they consistent with the results, just the PCR results that you obtained from G3?
Yes,
Okay, the possible 1.2 that you've already described the explanation for,
right?
and the possible trace 1.1, is that right?
Yes.
Now, you're not saying that it is your opinion that based on those possibilities that Mr. Simpson is not excluded, are you?
Can you rephrase that? That had a lot of
A couple of
negatives.
negatives in there, huh? Are you saying that Mr. Simpson is not excluded as a result of your analysis on G9, the glove?
Well, I find no evidence, for example, of his 25 allele, so I wouldn't say he's in that category.
Okay, and from among the three reference types in this case, whom have you not excluded as the source of G9?
That would be Ronald Goldman.
Could you remove that cover? So G9 is not a mixture.
Well, there's no clear mixture there. Is it possible that there's some traces that are causing a mixture? Yes, but it's not what we would call a clear-cut mixture.
And everything that you see concretely, could that be accounted for from the typing that you performed on Mr. Goldman's reference sample?
Yes.
Let's move on to G10 then. No RFLP results on G10?
That's correct.
What sorts of tests did you subject that stain to?
That was subjected to PCR tests, DQ alpha and D1S80.
And what results did you obtain?
For DQ alpha, 1.3, 4, possible 1.2, and then weaker 1.1 allele, indicating a mixture. For D1S80, 24 allele, and then a weaker 25 allele, again indicating a mixture.
So we got something new in the mix here, huh?
That's correct. This is where we first found the 25 allele.
And the 25 allele from among the three reference types in this case, is there anyone that has the 25 allele at the D1S80 locus?
The defendant has the 25 allele.
Okay, would you uncover the results from G10? And are those results accurately described for G10 on our result board?
Yes.
Now, let's talk about DQ alpha. Is there anything about your observations of the DQ alpha results that helps you sort out how many people are involved here?
Well, it's still difficult to say exactly how many, but one notices that there's information there about the 1.1 allele being weaker than the 1.3 and 4 alleles.
And what's the significance of that?
Well, that gives us some information as to whether or not which alleles might go with the other alleles.
And whom were you able to exclude from among the three reference types in this case as the possible source of what you saw in stain G10?
We were able to exclude Nicole Brown because we didn't find her 18 allele on the D1S80.
Okay, would you remove that cover? So you were able to exclude Ms. Brown as a possible source for the mixture that you saw there?
Yes,
Okay, you were not able to exclude Mr. Goldman.
that's correct.
You were not able to exclude the defendant.
That's correct.
Now, is all of the data, all of the types that you observe in the DQ alpha results and the D1S80 results consistent with a mixture of Mr. Goldman and Mr. Simpson?
Yes, it is consistent with the mixture of those two individuals.
So there are no alleles that are unaccounted for from what, if you mixed Mr. Goldman's blood and Mr. Simpson's blood.
That's a stain.
are there any alleles unaccounted for in your results when you compare the mixture results you obtained with a combination of the types of Mr. Goldman and Mr. Simpson?
No.
And is this stain different than every other stain you've described to this point? G1, G2, G3, G4, and G9.
Objections to term stain.
Ogle.
Yes, it is different. And the key finding is the 25 allele on D1S8.
Okay, let's move on to G11. No RFLP testing done on this stain?
That's correct.
What sorts of tests did you perform on this stain?
The only test that was performed was the D1S80 test.
And why was that?
We haven't performed any DQ alpha typing yet on this series.
Okay. What were the results of the D1S80 testing on G11?
On G11, the finding was the 24 allele and then weaker 25 and 18 alleles, again indicating a mixture because there's 3 alleles.
Okay, would you remove that cover from the stain at G11? And is what's on the board accurately describe the results of your D1S80 testing on G11?
Yes.
And whom were you able to exclude, or I'm sorry, let me withdraw that, from among the 3 reference types in this case, whom were you not able to exclude as a possible source of the D1S80 mixture that's on the board?
I could not exclude any of the 3 individuals, the defendant, Nicole Brown, or Mr. Goldman,
And why is that?
because this pattern is consistent with their types. In other words, their D1S80 types, those alleles, which would be 18, 24, and 25, are all found in that stain.
And if one were to mix Nicole Brown's blood sample with Ronald Goldman's blood sample,
This question. What?
Sustained.
if one were to combine the types of Nicole Brown and Ronald Goldman for the D1S80 marker, what would the combined types be?
If you combine just those 2 individuals,
Sure.
you would see the 18 allele and the 24 allele.
You would not see the 25 allele.
That's correct. It's foreign to both of them.
So the 25 allele could not have come from Ronald Goldman.
That's correct.
The 25 allele could not have come from Nicole Brown.
That's correct.
And could you remove the cover of the not excluded column that describes your conclusions? Now, you're not saying, are you, that the D1S80 results could only have come from a combination of those 3 people, are you?
I'm not saying that, no.
Are those results consistent with a mixture of those 3 people?
Yes.
Let's move on to G12, if you would.
Okay?
No RFLP testing on that stain?
No, only D1S80 testing.
And what sorts of D1S80 testing was done? I'm sorry.
It was just D1S80.
Okay, what results did you obtain?
That was a 24 allele and then a weaker 18 allele indicating a mixture.
Okay, could you remove that cover? Now, the 25 allele or marker for the D1S80 genetic marker is not in G12, is that true?
That's correct. The 25 allele is not present in that same.
Could you step over to the photo board here and let's talk about where the relationship of G10 to G11 and G12. And we'll do this again with G13 and G14. It's a dark object. I'd like you to start out with G10 and then describe exactly where it is and what kind of surface it's on.
G10 is on the inside lining of the glove. This would be towards the thumb, down near the wristwatch. It's the arrow, the red line is very close to it. It's actually a little bit closer in there where I'm pointing now. But it's in that general area. This was a small area of blood stain that I that I detected in that particular area. That's G10. Then G11 is now on the outside of the glove. This is now the palmar surface of the glove. G11 is here to the side of this wrist notch that I discussed earlier. That's G11. And then G12 is on the, excuse me, the outside palmar surface also, near the wrist notch. Then G13 is along this stitched border of the wrist notch area. And finally, G14 is on the inside back surface near the wrist.
I'm sorry, G14?
I'm sorry, it's on the inside
Inside.
lining.
Right.
That would be the back of the hand
Right.
near the wrist.
Okay, why don't we go back up to the board there, the result board, Mr. Sims. The G12, you only found 24 and an 18. Were you able to exclude anybody from among the three reference types in this case, from the two victims and Mr. Simpson, the defendant?
We were able to exclude Mr. Simpson because we did not find his 25 allele on this particular sample, G12.
And whom were you not able to exclude?
We were not able to exclude Ronald Goldman and Nicole Brown.
Could you remove that cover? G13, you did not perform any RFLP tests on that stain?
That's correct, only D1S80.
And what were the D1S80 results from G13?
The D1S80 results were the 24 allele was present, along with weaker 25 and 18 alleles.
So the 25 allele is there again, is that correct?
That's correct.
And from among the three people, the two victims, Nicole Brown and Ronald Goldman, and the defendant, who's the only one that has the 25 allele?
That is the defendant.
Could you remove the cover for that? Every stain that had the 25 allele in it, G10, G11, and G13, was in close proximity to that notch on the wrist.
Yes.
Could you step back to the board and just go G10, G11, and G13?
G10, again, as I mentioned earlier, is a little closer to the notch than the red line shows. G11 is on the outside near the notch area. And then G13 is along that stitch, along the notch, along the palmar surface near the wrist.
Okay, why don't we finish with G14 from the Rockingham glove, number 9. No RFLP tests were done on that stain?
On G14, no RFLP, only D1S80.
Only D1S80. What results did you obtain?
The results were as follows. The type was determined to be basically a 24-24 with a possible trace of the 18 allele.
Good. And would you remove the cover from that board? And the 25 is not in that stain, or you did not detect it, is that right?
That's correct.
Were you able to exclude, based on that, Mr. Simpson, the defendant, as a possible source of that stain?
We did not detect the 25 allele, so we were able to exclude him on that.
And are those results consistent with a mixture of the two victims?
Well, the way we phrased that was that it was certainly the 24-24 by itself was consistent with Ronald Goldman's D1S80 type. We noted that it was possible, there was a possible contribution from Nicole Brown on the 18 allele, the basis of the 18 allele.
Okay, why don't we move on to the SOC testing results? I'd like to, or the SOC result board has previously been marked as Exhibit 262. And we should have 262A then for the SOC photo board then.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to stand up and take a stretch while we're waiting to locate the exhibit, go ahead. The stack in the hallway? We found it. Okay. Mr. Harmon.
Okay, Mr. Sims, would you step up to the photo board that we've marked as 262A? And just examine the photo board and make sure we've got things accurately labeled.
Okay.
Okay, and the board depicts two photos of SOC A, is that correct?
Yes.
And then one photo of SOC B.
Yes.
And for consistency, SOC A is the one that had the cutout that Greg Matheson sent you,
Yes.
and the substrate control.
Yes.
Okay. And you performed additional sampling and testing on stains from SOC B,
Yes. As well as socket.
as well as SOC A. And are there still a number of these minute areas that you detected blood that have never been tested?
Well, they've never been tested by me since I sent them back in November.
Okay, that you have never tested.
That's correct.
Okay. Why don't we start out with 42A1? 42 is your designation for
This-
for LAPD item 13, which were obtained from Mr. Simpson's home.
Yes, 42 is our designation.
Okay. And the A1, what does that specify?
That specifies the cutout stain that we received from Mr. Matheson.
In the little tube you described yesterday?
Yes.
Okay, why don't you step up to the result board 262, if you would. And you described yesterday, and we showed just a few of the RFLP auto-read results for 42A1. How many actual RFLP auto-reads or genetic marker tests were performed on 42A1, the cutting that Greg Matheson sent you from the SOX number 13?
In our laboratory, we have now looked at it at 11 genetic marker, another 11 loci,
11 loci, 11 probes,
11 probes.
11 genetic markers.
Yes.
Okay. Would you remove the cover from that? And yesterday, you described, I believe, that that SOX stain, 13A1, or your 42A1, was actually run on two different gels or two different sets of RFLP tests. Is that right?
Yes.
And the sum total of different probes or different genetic markers from those two tests is 11.
That's correct.
Did you subject DNA, extracted DNA from that same stain to PCR testing?
Yes, the PCR testing on that particular sample was done by Steve Myers in our laboratory.
Okay, and what sorts of tests were performed?
That was DQ alpha and D1S80 tests.
And what results were obtained?
The results that were obtained were a DQ alpha type 1.1 and a D1S80 type 1818.
And whom are those PCR results consistent with?
Those would be consistent with Nicole Brown.
And not consistent with Ronald Goldman?
That's correct.
And the defendant?
That's correct.
It's not consistent with him.
Not consistent with the defendant.
Could you remove the not excluded cover? And this is a stain that you sent extracted DNA to Cellmark Diagnostics, is that correct?
That's correct.
How many, if we assume that the Cellmark results are accurately depicted on that chart, how many different separate genetic marker tests were performed on stain 13A, which Greg Matheson cut out from the SOX 13?
And this is just with DNA markers.
DNA markers.
Excuse me. The 5 here we would subtract 2 from, I believe, because Cellmark looks at 2 probes that uses 2 probes that we use.
So
that's
could you
14.
explain that again to the jury a little bit?
The Cellmark uses a different enzyme for restriction than we do, but they look at 2 of the same probes that we do. So there is some correlation in those results. I don't know offhand exactly what that correlation is, but those are not entirely independent results, obviously.
So we'll throw them out. We won't count them.
For our purposes of what we're talking about now, I would throw those out.
Okay. How many different genetic marker tests were performed aside from conventional serology?
We would now have 11 plus the 3, which would be 14. The EQ alpha would be 15. D1S80 would be 16. And then I believe we had 5 for the poly marker. So that's now, I believe, 21.
21 genetic marker tests.
21 genetic marker tests.
Now, if the chart is correct, you obtained the same DQ alpha results as Cellmark did on the same DNA.
Yes.
Okay. Let's move on to the stain that you have designated 42A2, which is from SOC 13A. Could you come over here and show us on, could you use that long pointer?
42A2
42A2.
is now on the upper part of the sock. It's opposite of where the LAPD, the opposite side from the LAPD cutout, so it's up here.
Okay. What sorts of tests did you subject that stain to?
42A2 was subjected to DQ alpha and D1S80 type.
What results did you obtain?
The DQ alpha type was 1.1, 1.2. The D1S80 type was 24, 25.
And whom are those results consistent with from among the reference types in this case?
Those would be consistent with the defendant, Mr. Simpson.
And are they inconsistent with Nicole Brown?
Yes.
Are they inconsistent with Ronald Goldman?
Yes.
Any question about that?
No.
Okay, could you remove from the not excluded column, the cover? So are you saying that Mr. Simpson could be the source of that stain?
Yes,
Not that he is the source of that stain?
that's correct.
And Nicole Brown and Ronald Goldman are not the source of that stain?
They would be excluded.
42A3 from SOC 13A.
Yes.
Could you show us where that is?
Yes. This is now on the same side as the LAPD cutout, which is where I'm pointing to the LAPD cutout. Move up the sock, and 42A3 is up in this region. It's in the general area, but on the opposite side, 42A2 is on. So, yes, it's on the opposite side.
Okay, and what sort of tests did you perform on that?
The tests that were performed were DQ alpha and D1S80, and I'm currently performing an RFLP analysis on that stain,
On that same stain?
on that same stain.
What results did you obtain from that stain?
The PCR results were DQ alpha type 1.1, 1.2. D1S80 results were 24, 25.
And whom are those results consistent with from among the reference types?
Again, that would be consistent with the defendant's types.
Inconsistent with Nicole Brown
Yes,
and inconsistent with Ronald Goldman?
yes,
No question about that.
no question.
Could you remove the not excluded cover? So you mentioned you're performing additional tests. Those tests could not change who's excluded, could they?
Well, for example, if those tests excluded the defendant, they would change that. But they're not going to change the results with regard to Nicole Brown or Ronald Goldman.
Right. 42A4, the stain, which is on SOC 13A in the toe region. Could you show us where that is?
Yes, I don't think we mentioned this one yesterday when we were looking at the video, but this is down in the upper toe area of this sock A.
Okay. And what sorts of tests did you perform on that stain?
That was subjected to PCR tests, DQ alpha and D1S80.
What results?
The results were DQ alpha type 1.1, 1.2. D1S80 results were 24, 25.
And those are the same results you obtained on 42A2 and 42A3, are they not?
Yes, they are.
Could you uncover the PCR results? And could you uncover whom you did not exclude from the 3 reference samples provided to you? And Nicole Brown is excluded.
Yes,
Ronald Goldman's excluded.
yes,
No question about whether the 2 victims in this case are excluded.
no question.
Okay. 42B1 now, we're moved over to SOC 13B. Would you show us where that is on the photo board?
Yes, 42B1 is in this area where I showed there was, on the video, there were a lot of additional stains.
Let's talk about that for a moment. When you say there are a lot of additional stains in the area of 42B1, could you elaborate for a moment?
Well, the elaboration would be that in looking at that under the stereo microscope, there are a number of other stains in that particular area that I examined.
And how do they compare in size with the stain that you've analyzed as 42B1?
Generally, they're smaller.
Can you quantify about how many there are?
I'd have to look at my notes again, but I think there were in the neighborhood of 10 on that side, something like that.
Could you, let's be accurate, would you do that?
From my notes, I count about 12 areas.
Okay, and
Mr. Harmon.
thank you, Your Honor. While you're at it, we're going to talk about your results in 42B2. What's the relationship of 42B1, 42B2, and these other 12 tiny little stains?
Well, they're all in that same general area, and some of them are significantly smaller than 42B1 and 42B2.
When you say general area, can you give us a, why don't you show us up on the photo board 262A?
The general area I'm talking about, it's somewhat hard to see because those logo marks give me my map points. They don't show up very well in the photograph. But it's basically down in I sort of marked the lower boundaries down in this part of the sock up to about here.
So if we drew a band around the sock from, it's kind of bordered by B1 and B2 on that side of the sock that's shown in the photo, is that the general area they were in?
Well, I would go up about, yes, about as far up as B2. That's correct.
Okay.
So somewhere in this general.
Okay. Why don't we talk about the type test you perform on 42B1 on sock 13B near the ankle?
Okay.
What test did you do?
The tests that were performed on 42D1 were the PCR test, DQ alpha, and D1S80.
What were your results?
For DQ alpha, the type was a 1.1, comma 1.1. There's a possible trace of the 1.2 allele. And then on the D1S80, it was 18, comma 18.
Okay, could you uncover those from the result board? Okay, let's talk about this possible trace of 1.2. You've described that previously with some of your other results. What does that mean in the context of this case? Are you telling us this is a mixture?
No, I can't say for sure that that's a mixture. I cannot decide between two possibilities. One is that there really is a trace of that 1.2 allele present from some other individual. The second possibility is that this is showing up as a very faint dot in the typing system.
Now, if there were really a trace of a 1-2 in there, would you, or strike that, I'll come to that in a second. From among the three reference types in this case, were you able to exclude anyone as the possible source of 42B1?
Yes,
Who?
I was able to exclude Ronald Goldman, and I felt also that we could exclude the defendant based on the fact that we didn't find his 2425 on the D1S80.
Okay, now you're saying you can exclude him even though there's a possible trace of the 1.2 in there?
Well, I'd have to feel more secure about there being a definite 1.2 before I'd make a statement that he.
Okay, so would you remove the cover from the not excluded column? And I believe you mentioned that part of the reason you feel comfortable excluding Mr. Simpson is that you didn't see anything of his in the D1S80 genetic marker?
That's correct.
Setting aside the possible trace 1.2 for a moment, is everything that you saw in 42B1 consistent with the genetic marker test results for Nicole Brown's reference sample?
Yes, the DQ alpha type is 1.1, comma 1.1, and the D1S80 type is 1818.
Okay, let's move on, and we still have, we're getting a patch, Your Honor. We have a misnumbering here. It's described, it's your 42B1, and it's actually, the chart has SOC 13A, and it's actually 13B. Jonathan's getting us a B label for that. Can we proceed for the moment?
Proceed.
And that's also near the ankle. You've already shown us where that was. What sorts of tests did you subject this stain to?
Again, that was subjected to DQ alpha and D1S80 typing.
What results did you obtain?
The results were the same as for B1. In other words, B1 and B2 gave the same results. DQ alpha type would be 1.1, 1.1 with possible trace 1.2. The D1S80 type was 18, 18.
Okay, would you remove the results from the PCR results? And would you remove the not excluded? Whom are you not able to exclude?
That would be Nicole Brown again. I was not able to exclude her.
And in spite of the possible trace 1.2, the same explanation, you feel that there's no reason to include Mr. Simpson in those results?
That's correct.
Was there a substrate control that was submitted to you or that you cut out to conduct testing in this case?
Yes, there were substrate controls taken from the socks.
How many different substrate controls did you take?
The substrate controls that I took were, first of all, the LAPD cutout. I used that one. And then I used one for 42A2 in that general area. I cut one out near stain 42A2, which I used to serve as a control in that upper area of the socks. So it served as a control for both A2 and A3. And then also for 42A4, there was a substrate control area. That was the one now down towards the toe. And then finally for 42 B1, I took one control for that general area to cover both stain B1 and stain B2.
And you processed those substrate controls just as you processed the evidence stains that you just described?
Yes.
And what, generally speaking, can you make a categorical statement about the results of your processing of the substrate controls on the socks?
Yes, they all gave negative results on the PCR typing tests.
Now, was there one that behaved a little bit differently than the others?
Yes, on I believe it was 42A4 in the upper toe region, that control.
And what was there? Now, you've already told us it produced no typing results.
That's correct.
And is that critical, that it produced no typing results?
Well, it's not critical when you're talking about an item of clothing that it's negative. If it's negative, you can make an inference from that. But if there was some background, that would not be totally unexpected in this kind of a sample.
Okay, I guess what I'm saying is it didn't produce a type, is that right?
That's correct.
And is that what you're looking for when you're typing substrate controls? If it does not produce a type, that's a significant result.
Yes, if it doesn't produce a type, then it gives you confidence in the typing results for the blood stains.
What was it about the control that was a little bit different than the other controls?
For that particular sample, there was some DNA detected on a yield gel. It was just a yield gel.
I know we went through this before. Could you just give us about a 90-second on why that doesn't undermine any of the results in this case?
Now,
Phrase the question.
Does that DNA on the yield gel undermine your confidence in any of the results in this case?
No, it doesn't. I don't know whether or not, for example, that DNA might be of non-human origin. There may be some bacteria or fungus there, something like that. And the point is it did not produce a PCR result as far as typing. So we saw something on the yield gel that was DNA, but it did not produce a typing result.
Okay. Your Honor, I was going to move to Bundy now. Do you want to do that or wait?
Well, let's take since we'll have to change boards, let's take the opportunity to take a,
Right now, if that's okay.
yes, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please remember all of my admonitions to you. Do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Do not, can we have it quiet, please? Do not form any opinions about the case. Do not conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. Do not allow anybody to communicate with you with regard to the case. Stand in recess until 1 o'clock, and Mr. Sims, you can step down. Thank you. $2:15.
Okay. Oh, Your Honor, after we do the Bundy boards, we're going to bring in the big light box.
The
Okay.
monster.
The monster.
All right. Jury parade by the box.
Yes, Your Honor, we'll, because of the number of auto reds, we'll have to do them in 3 different sets.
All right.
I think we're organized to do that, so.
All right, we'll make sure there's no extraneous. We may have to move the cart there and a few other things.
Our slogans can't be seen here?
All right, let the record reflect we've been joined by all the members of our jury panel. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Mr. Sims, would you resume the witness stand, please? Good afternoon again, Mr. Sims.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
You're reminded, sir, you are still under oath, and Mr. Harmon, you may continue with your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Sims, let's move on to the testing that you performed on stains that were collected from the Bundy crime scene, if you will. And I'd like to display Exhibit 165, the photo board. Will that one work over here, or do we need it? Okay, and then the exhibit result board, Exhibit 259.
Fairlow, is there any more, I think it's actually 1492, it's touching the screen. All right. Can you pull it out just a little? All right, thank you, Mr. Fairlow.
Mr. Sims, did your laboratory perform DNA testing on numerous items that were collected at the Bundy crime scene?
Yes.
Starting at the top, did your laboratory perform any DNA testing on item number 47, which was associated with the Bundy walkway, staying closest to the victims in this case?
Yes, we performed PCR, DQ alpha, and D1S80 tests.
And what were the results of those tests?
The results for DQ alpha were 1.1, 1.2. For D1S80, 24, 25.
And are those results consistent with any of the 3 reference samples in this case that were provided to you?
Yes, they are.
And whom are they consistent with?
They are consistent with the defendant, Mr. Simpson.
Are they inconsistent with Nicole Brown?
Yes,
Are they inconsistent with Ronald Goldman?
yes.
Is there any question about their inconsistency with Ronald Goldman and Nicole Brown?
There is no question.
Okay, could you, if you can, reach up there and remove the cover for? I don't think so.
we need the layers to do this one.
Continue to sign it.
All right, Mr. Fairtlow, let's leave it there, and 1492, as we progress, we'll look it up.
And is that the same 25 allele with the D1S80 genetic marker that you observed on the stains, those 3 stains near the notch area of the glove that was recovered at Rockingham?
Yes, they both have the 25 alleles.
Excuse me, Your Honor, if we be logistically better, I would stipulate, why doesn't he just pull all the markers? He's going to pull off the board, then put it up, so there's no problem with the jury, and we don't have to go through that. And also,
Harmon, any objection?
Pull them all off, Mr. Sims. Crank it
All
up
right,
there.
let's raise it back up. Thank you.
Mr. Sims, if our chart, if our result chart is correct, Exhibit 259, cell mark obtained as DQ alpha type 1112 and a polymarker inclusion which describe Mr. Simpson, the defendant, as the possible source of the stains. Are your results corroborative of those results?
Yes, they are consistent.
And you obtained the same DQ alpha result as they did?
Yes, we did.
Now, is this one of the stains where one or the other of the labs extracted the DNA and shared it with the other lab?
No, we sampled separate swatches or separate swatch material.
Okay, so your results were produced from a swatch.
Yes,
Okay, let's move to number 48. You performed DQ alpha D1S80 testing on item number 48 from the Bundy walkway, the next one down the walkway, is that correct?
yes, we did.
Same result as item 47?
Yes, again, the DQ alpha type was 1.1, 1.2. The D1S80 type was 24, 25.
Okay. Moving, and again, that result is corroborative of the cell mark results.
Yes, it is. We obtained the same DQ alpha result.
And it's identical with 47.
It is the same result.
Item number 49, the next one down the walkway. It's in the lower photograph on the left-hand corner of Exhibit 165. What results did you, I'm sorry, that's a cell mark result.
Yeah.
Let's move down to item number 50, the next one after 49 along the Bundy walkway, which is depicted in the upper left-hand, second one from the left on the photo board. What results did you obtain from that stain?
Our laboratory detected DQ alpha type 1.1, 1.2. The D1S80 type was 24, 25.
And is that the same result that you obtained on 48 and 47?
Yes, it is.
And did you obtain the same DQ alpha result as Cellmark obtained on different swatches?
Yes.
And did your results from item number 50 along the Bundy walkway, did they exclude the 2 victims in this case?
Yes, they did exclude the 2 victims.
As did the results in item 48. Did they exclude the 2 victims in this
Yes,
case?
they did.
Moving down, farther down, the farthest stain along the walkway, item number 52, which is in the photograph that I'm pointing to here. What sort of testing did you do on that stain?
On that stain, we tested for DQ alpha and D1S80.
You obtained the same results as you did on 50 and 48 and 47.
Yes, we did.
And whom were you able to exclude?
We were able to exclude the two victims in this case.
And whom were you able, or were you not able to exclude?
We were not able to exclude the defendant.
And moving along to, at a later point, you've already described how you sampled items from the nail kit from Nicole Brown.
Yes,
Okay, let's just reflect back on the items that you sampled and described, because the numbering system sometimes gets confusing. Could you relate your item numbers to the LAPD item numbers, which are 84A and 84B?
yes, our item number was 46B for their item number 84A, which is the left-hand material. And then our number 45A was or 45 was our number for their number 84B, the right-hand material.
And just to get a little more descriptive here, 45A1B,
Yes,
is that the blood that was closely associated with whatever that was that you thought might have been tissue
yes, that's that blood next to that area.
and that you determined was not tissue?
That's correct.
And go on to the next item, and just so we can relate it to what you observed or what you examined.
Yes, that would be, which item there?
Well, 45B is the scrapings from the right hand.
45B those are the right-hand scrapings.
Okay. Did you obtain, I'm sorry, go ahead. Did you obtain the same results from all three items, all three stains that you tested, from the nail clippings from the left hand, the nails scrapings from the right hand, and the nail clippings from the right hand?
Yes, those were tested for D1S80 by Renee Montgomery, and she obtained the same results for all three samples.
Will you describe whether or not any of the three reference types that were provided to you were excluded as the possible source of that stain?
Yes, two of the reference samples were excluded. That would be the reference sample from Ronald Goldman and also from the defendant, Mr. Simpson.
Okay, so you were not able to exclude Nicole Brown as the source of the scrapings that were in the bindle from either the left hand, is that right?
That's correct.
Or the right hand? Is
That's
that-
correct.
Or the item that you've described as 45A1B, which is from the right hand clippings, is that correct?
That's correct.
Are your results from the three items, from the nail clippings and scrapings from the left hand and the right hand, are they corroborative of the results that are listed for cell mark on the result board?
Yes, they are consistent in that Nicole Brown, again, would not be excluded as the source of those items.
And now, how many genetic markers, if you combine the cell mark testing on the three items from the nail clippings and scrapings with the D1S80 marker, how many genetic markers were tested in order to try to demonstrate that Nicole Brown could not be the source of what was under her fingernails or on her fingernails?
I would object to the word combine.
Sustained.
How many genetic markers, if you counted, if cell mark's description, if the description of their results is accurate, how many markers, genetic markers, were tested in order to determine whether Nicole Brown could or could not be the source of the blood under her fingernails or on her fingernail in one instance?
There would be a total of 7 genetic markers because there would be 5 from polymarker. DQ alpha would make 6, and D1S80 would make 7.
Okay. The last three items on the result board are 115, 116, and 117 that are described as being on the rear gate at Bundy.
Yes.
And those are reflected in the photographs labeled 115, 116, and 117. What sorts of tests did you subject those three stains to?
May I refer to my,
Sure.
those three samples from the rear gate have been subjected to 2 PCR tests, and we are also currently running an RFLP test on one of them.
What were the results of the PCR test on those samples? Or strike that, preliminary, did you get the same results for the PCR test that you subjected those three samples to?
Yes, all three gave the same results.
What are those results?
The results are that the DQ alpha type was 1.1, 1.2. The D1S80 type was 24, 25.
And why don't you remove those covers, Mr. Sims? Go ahead. Are those results consistent with not being from Nicole Brown?
Yes, by those results, we would exclude Nicole Brown.
And would you also exclude Ronald Goldman?
Yes, we would also exclude Ronald Goldman.
And from among the three reference samples provided to you, were you able to exclude the defendant in this case?
No, we could not.
Now, I've asked you this before, but I want to ask you this again. Are those DQ alpha and D1S80 results together consistent with being from an offspring, a child of Nicole Brown and the defendant?
No, they are not.
They could not be from a child of Nicole Brown and the defendant.
No, they could not.
Let's go back to the top again. And if you would, I'd like to ask you a general question about all the stains that you've described. Were substrate controls tested, submitted to the same process that the evidence stains were on items that are on this board from the Bundy crime scene?
By that, you mean 47, 48, 50, and 52, as well as the lower items?
Yes, let's separate out the nail clippings first.
Okay. For those items, 47, 48, 50, and 52, along with 115, 116, and 117, we also tested substrate controls in both of the PCR systems.
And did all of those controls test clean or not produce any sort of DNA type in any of the tests?
They were all negative.
They were all negative. What about the nail clippings, which are described as 84A and B, the three samples that you actually tested? Was it possible to obtain a substrate control?
There would not be what we would consider a substrate control for those types of samples.
Why is that?
Well, because this is material from under the fingernails, and one does not obtain a clean area from that kind of sample, and particularly in a case like this, where all the ones we saw had some blood associated.
Okay, now does that in any way, the absence of a substrate control for the nail clipping items, does that in any way undermine your confidence in the results that you've just presented to the jury?
No.
Okay, Your Honor, this would be a point to move the light box in, if that would be okay?
All right.
court's permission, I'd like Mr. Sims to display on the light box exhibits 269A through I,
Yes.
and at the same time, so that the jury may orient themselves, display on the Elmo 269C1, which is one of those, it's the first autorad that we actually displayed that we have
With the arrows.
marked with the arrows.
Yes. All right, do you need Mr. Sims to step down?
Yes, please.
Just so it's clear, these are copies, not originals.
We can substitute the originals.
Let's proceed.
Okay, we're just waiting to get 269C1. Jonathan, why don't you get 270A1 and 271A1 as well? So we can put up on the Elmo 269C1. We've got everything. Mr. Sims, we're going to project 269C1, and I just want you to tell the jury what's on there, and we'll display it as you put the arrows on it so they can correlate the samples, if you would. Okay, now this is one of several autorads, and the arrows point to the match between which samples? Sure.
The samples that match are the Nicole Brown reference sample and the SOC 13A stain sample.
And the complete set of autorads shows the complete set of genetic marker tests that were done on this gel that show the match between the SOC and Nicole Brown. Is that right?
Yes, this is, you recall, this is all involving the SOC. The SOC also appears on some additional, one additional gel. And that would be a second set of auto rules.
Okay, good. Your Honor, this would be the point. We can all step back and let the jury come through.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, starting with juror number 1, and take your time, as much time as you need. Mrs. Robertson. And Ms. Clark, Mr. Clark, let me.
And then 270A1 on the Elmo.
All right, proceed.
Thank you. Up there, if you could just briefly describe the samples that are on there to get the jury oriented to your autorads that we put up there.
For this gel or membrane, I again put the 3 reference samples on this particular gel. There's also an additional lane that has the sock, the same stain that you saw on the previous set. And now I've also added stain G3 from the glove to this particular gel. So there is some duplication of the sock as far as some of the loci that were examined.
Mr. Harms.
Can we have the jury review the autorads, Your Honor?
All right, juror number 1.
Match between the bands for Mr. Goldman's reference sample and 2 of the other 2 bands in the glove G1 stain.
We have the jury view those autorads, Your Honor.
Yes. All right, thank you, counsel. The record should reflect all the jurors have had the opportunity to review the third set of auto rats. Mr. Harmon.
Yes, that, can we get that out? Is it still plugged in? Excuse me.
All right, Mr. Harmon, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Sims, I want to ask you a question about the consistency of certain results, and specifically, I want to ask you about stains in which you did PCR typing and produced results DQ alpha 1.1, 1.2, and D1S80 2425.
Okay.
Is it true that as a result of your testing, you achieved those same results, which are consistent with Mr. Simpson, on item number 6 from Rockingham,
Yes.
item number 42A2, which is SOC 13A,
Yes.
This is asked and answered 4 times now, so if we could get to another.
We have heard this, and we've seen it on the result board.
okay. Is it true that you produced the same results for DQ alpha 1.1, 1.2 on items from Rockingham, from Mr. Simpson's SOC, from Mr. Simpson's Bronco, from the Bundy crime scene?
Misleading and
Sustain.
it's getting.
Stay.
What,
We have heard this.
Mr. Sims, as a forensic scientist, what's the impact or what's the implication of duplicate testing by separate labs? What issues does that address?
Well, duplicate testing is important in a way that it provides a control in case any mistakes might be made by one laboratory. Then by having a second laboratory do the same operations, that would be a check on the consistency of the operations in the process.
Anything else if the duplicate testing is of the same sample? In terms of conclusions that one could draw from the same testing?
Yes, in other words, one would look then to make the same conclusions as to who might be included or excluded as a source.
Okay. And we'll come back to that. Mr. Sims, can you think of any scientific reason why the tests that your lab subjected, the variety of stains that were given to you, would produce correct results on stains at the Rockingham address, but incorrect results on the Bundy stains and the Bronco stains?
Objection.
What's the objection?
Leading, speculative, vague, not specific.
Sustain.
Mr. Sims, what scientific reason, if any, can you produce that would explain why your results might be correct on stains from Rockingham, but incorrect from stains that were collected at Bundy and the Bronco?
Do you understand the question?
I think I do, although there's some question about scientific reasons.
Why don't you rephrase the question?
Is there any scientific reason why your tests would work on stains from Mr. Simpson's house, but not on stains from the crime scene and his Bronco?
Your objection to tests working is being vague.
Sustain. Rephrase the question. Once you just narrow it down to one and the other, it's also compound.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Sims, now listen very carefully, if you will. What scientific reason, if any, is there that your test would produce reliable results on stains from Mr. Simpson's house, but unreliable results from Bundy.
Objection, argumentative.
Sustain.
Mr. Sims, is there any scientific reason why, that you can think of, why your tests would work correctly on stains from Mr. Simpson's house, but incorrectly on stains from his car?
Sustain.
Mr. Sims, now there are some other results that we have not discussed. Is that true?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Now, among the other items that were submitted to you was an item described as LAPD number 113, which was a hair.
Yes,
And I think you actually alluded to it this morning. There was no DNA that was extracted from that hair?
that's correct. That test was performed by Steve Myers, and he obtained no DNA. He detected no human DNA in that sample.
Mr. Sims, in addition to all the results that you've presented here, were specific items of clothing submitted to you, or cuttings from clothing submitted to you for testing?
Yes,
Okay, and specifically, was a pair of jeans that was identified as LAPD item number 19, Ronald Goldman's jeans, was that submitted to you for DNA testing?
yes, it was.
And were tests performed on those stains?
Now this, again, the number was?
79, you're 59.
Yes, that's correct. Item number 79, which is our DNA 59. That was a pair of pants.
And how many separate stains were tested from that item?
9.
Okay, and item number 81, LAPD item number 81, which was identified as Ronald Goldman's shirt, was that also subjected to DNA testing?
Yes.
And how many items, how many specific stains were tested?
Excuse me, we received 8 stains plus 1 control, substrate control area.
And those were all tested?
Yes, all of those were tested.
And additionally, item number 86, which was identified as Nicole Brown's dress, was that also submitted to your lab for testing?
Yes, it was.
And how many separate stains were tested?
6.
As a result, what were you attempting to look for? What was the laboratory attempting to look for when those items of clothing were tested?
I think that's close for speculation leading testify to results.
It is compound. Once you rephrase it as to the individual items, what tests were performed?
You've reviewed all the results.
Yes, I have.
Were any results produced from the testing of those items that were foreign to either of the victims in this case, Ronald Goldman or Nicole Brown?
No, all of the results that we obtained from those various items that you mentioned of clothing were consistent with either victim or a combination thereof.
When you say combination, you mean a mixture?
Yes.
Mr. Sims, we've seen all the boards and you've described the consistency of results. And now I'd like to begin addressing how you would communicate to the jury the significance of the consistency or the matches between the reference stains and the evidence stains in this case, okay?
Okay.
Proceed.
Mr. Sims, yesterday, you described your career for us in great detail. And I asked you about your experience in conventional serology, and you described how many times you testified. Of all of those times that you testified, did you provide, when it was appropriate, a statistical estimate or some sort of frequency data to assist the jury in appreciating how important or unimportant the conventional serology results were?
Yes, most of the time. Not always, but most of the time.
And when you say most, why did you not present it in some cases?
Well, sometimes it was just, for example, maybe an exclusion or something like that, and the type was not, there was no need for a frequency estimate.
Okay, now, In those times, how did you actually conduct your own population frequency studies in the conventional serology field that you relied on when you testified?
No, I did not.
Okay. What sources of information were available to you when you testified as an expert in forensic serology to provide these frequency estimates to assist juries?
In those cases, I would look at both published and unpublished data.
And when you say published, where would these things be published?
For example, in the Journal of Forensic Sciences.
Okay, and that's a journal that continues to exist today?
Yes, it does.
What other sources of information did you rely on?
I would sometimes look at frequencies put together by various laboratories that had gathered data.
For example, are you familiar with how the Los Angeles Police Department compiles their conventional serology data?
Yes, I have some information about that. I believe they take a general population database.
And is that something that they publish somewhere?
I've never seen it published.
So was it unusual in your conventional serology career for you to rely on unpublished data as well as published data?
No, most of it was published, but I would rely on other data also.
Okay. And in trying to describe to the jury the significance of your conventional serology results, did you rely on the product rule?
Yes, I did.
Could you briefly explain the product rule to the jury?
The product rule describes the process whereby one looks at the various types in each of the genetic marker systems and then multiplies the frequency found in a particular system or times the frequency of a particular type in the next system, et cetera, down the line. That's the product rule.
And that's it in a vacuum, but you had individual genetic markers in the conventional serology days that you inserted into the product rule?
Yes. For example, the ABO type or the PGM type,
EAP type?
EAP type.
And the studies, both published and unpublished, justified the use of the product rule in the conventional serology context?
Yes, in particular, the published studies.
Okay, and I know we went into your background quite extensively yesterday, but do those same principles generally apply in the DNA context, the product rule, multiplying individual markers or individual frequencies together?
No foundation with respect to DNA through this witness. Certainly on not what's been.
No, I'm not asking you to argue any further, Mr.
Yeah.
I'm thinking.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the court's ruling.
I haven't ruled yet. I'm thinking about
That's
it.
why I didn't hear it.
In the 8 seconds the trial court has to think about these things, oral. Proceed.
We have a sidebar.
Oral.
Could I hear the question again, please?
I'll try and get it exactly the way the judge that's consistent with the ruling. Are the same principles that you relied on in conventional serology, the use of the product rule, fundamental to the estimation of population frequencies in the DNA context?
Yes.
Are you, what is there in your, is an appreciation for statistics also helpful in applying the product rule both in the conventional serology and the DNA context?
Objection vague as to.
Sustained. Appreciation.
Do you have any training or education in the field of statistics that contributes to your ability to use the product rule in the conventional serology context?
Objection to that linkage is compound.
Oral.
Yes, I have taken a formal course in statistics.
And could you describe that course and how it lends itself to the use of the product rule for frequency estimates? And we're just in conventional serology, and then we'll move up to DNA.
Well, at that basic level of statistics, one's dealing with probabilities and that sort of thing. It's very basic statistics. I've also had, as part of my forensic education, discussions and learning in the application of statistics to population genetics issues.
Okay, now, so the statistics class was when and where?
That was at the University of California at Berkeley,
And when was that?
1973.
Okay, and population genetics classes in education that lend themselves to calculating frequency estimates in the DNA context, could you outline what those classes have been?
Objection as to anything in 1973 with respect to DNA.
Well, you said in terms of conventional serology.
It's the DNA.
Now, this question is a different question.
Well, for the conventional serology, that was part of my education while I was an undergraduate at UC Berkeley as part of our forensic biology training. Subsequent to that, I'm now, as I mentioned, re-enrolled in the master's program, and certainly those issues have come up in discussions as part of our formal training. And also I've taken a one-week class from Dr. Bruce Weir that dealt with population genetics and the statistics issues with regards to forensic questions.
Okay. You want, I notice it's 2:15. Do you want to?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Need to change court reporters. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please remember all my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't communicate with anybody or conduct any deliberations until the matter has been submitted to you. Stand in recess until 2:30. And Mr. Sims, you can step down. Thank you.
From which the FBI calculated D1S80 frequency. So if he's going to testify to frequencies, it seems to us that just as a pure discovery matter, he should be limited to the sources they indicated they were going to be using as their databases. To have him then look at everybody else's database or other articles and start opining on that, I think would be way beyond the scope. Finally, Mr. Harmon just produced another board that I'm going to object to with respect to concordance of Cellmark and DOJ results for different item numbers. And all that they list here are the various different probes and systems. And I think that this is plainly cumulative, argumentative, and it's under 352, it's misleading. We're striving in the use of these boards and in the rulings of the court to try to indicate to the jury what the statistical significance of the evidence is and what it isn't. And here it seems to me it's just not adding anything. In fact, it's going to be confusing to the issue to say, well, we have different genetic systems here, and there was a concordance, and then there's an implication about multiplying those and what you can determine from that, and probabilities. And it seems to me that, my lord, it's more than covered by the board they already have, where all these results are there. And so here, instead of having the genetic marker system and the statistics, you just have the genetic marker system without any further elaboration. It seems to me cumulative, argumentative, and more prejudicial than probative under 352. So those are my arguments. A, he's not qualified to rely on this data, so he shouldn't give the numbers. B, they should be limited to the databases they told us they were going to use in discovery. And C, my objections to the board.
Mr. Harmon?
Well, I'm somewhat shocked because I know in chambers the other 2 days ago, Mr. Scheck, and unfortunately this wasn't recorded, it's my recollection, said, oh, Gary can do all this. There's no problem. We're not going to object to that. And I understand things change from day to day, but I hope people's word doesn't change day to day without some prior notice to sort of expedite things. I haven't finished trying to qualify him yet, so I appreciate what the objections are, but we'll take as long as it takes to convince you that he's qualified, and it won't take as long as it'll take to convince Mr. Scheck that he's qualified, because we'll never get to that point. One does not need to be an expert in the field of population genetics to express an opinion about the statistical significance of a match in DNA typing. Prior to this date, 8 other judges in this state, and I can't vouch for those other judges, but Mr. Sims is batting 1,000 on his ability to qualify and express terms of the statistical significance of the results that he's produced. And I'm sure when the court considers his qualifications and reads the sections concerning expert testimony, which I just happen to have here, the court will realize that an expert is merely someone who has a specialized knowledge that will assist the jury in understanding the evidence to be presented. Of course, I'm paraphrasing it. In that context, once the court considers that he is qualified, then he may provide opinion testimony. And the opinion testimony must be of a type that reasonably may be relied upon by an expert in forming an opinion upon which the subject to which his testimony relates.
All right, is Mr. Scheck correct in his assumption that the various databases upon which Mr. Sims bases his opinions are those that Mr. Scheck mentioned?
Let me double check with Mr. Sims. He's partially correct, but that's still, I don't think that addresses what Mr. Scheck clearly has in mind, and that is a discussion that we had a little while ago about how inappropriate it would be for Robin Cotton to multiply her PCR results from the same piece of evidence.
We're getting off into other.
Well, no, he hasn't addressed that, and I'm sure that if I qualify Mr. Sims, and that's the type of material that he may reasonably rely on, he won't object when we multiply the PCR markers of Cellmark by the PCR markers of DOJ. So let me just make one last check with Mr. Sims as far as the statistics that relate to the test results that he produced. But we should address this, the cross-lab multiplication, because that's coming right after that, Your Honor. I mean, they're intermixed within the stains, and so now's the time. Now's the time to flush that out. We have provided discovery to the defense for all of the data that they have relied on. And, you know, one of the primary ones is Dr. Blake's world study, which, by the way, is not published. It's in a nice bound cover, but it's not published. It's disseminated. So at least as far as the results by the Department of Justice lab, we have provided discovery to the defense for all of the data that we intend to rely on in producing the frequency estimates for their test results. That doesn't include the Cellmark results.
All right. What about the?
Excuse me, Your Honor, that's...
No.
It's not an
No.
answer to your question.
No.
Okay.
What about the additional board? Why is this completely redundant?
You know, it's under the topic of redundancy, but it relates to the question that it's illustrative. If I'd had it before the break, I would have put it up, or having shown it to Mr. Scheck. It just illustrates graphically the answer to the question that I asked him, you know, shortly after the Autorad show. I don't think it's redundant because it specifically shows which of those items do address the improbability or impossibility of lab error. So I don't agree that it's redundant in that context. It shows the redundancy in the scientific context. Could you give me 2 questions on that board, Judge? 2 questions.
Did I?
Could you give me 2 questions with that board?
And they are. If you have to read them.
I don't have them. I'm trying to remember that original question that I asked. I'll try and do it in one, Your Honor. Does this exhibit demonstrate the redundancy of duplicate testing by separate labs, which minimizes the possibility of laboratory error?
All right. I'm going to sustain the objection under a 352 basis. All of this information is on the results board. It's redundant. I don't like the word concordance in this context. I think it's argumentative. You can use that during argument. It's a nice exhibit, I would. But for these purposes, I'm going to sustain the objection. All right.
I just answer factually, just to see if I'm clear on this. Number one, maybe Mr. Sims can enlighten us, but in terms of his 8 court appearances, by my count, one of them would be the Griffin hearing, where no statistics were testified to, and I'm not altogether certain he can tell us whether statistics were admitted in the other court appearances. I think some of them might have even been cases where ultimately the PCR results were not admitted. Moffett? Moffett? You didn't have, or, but in any event, I'm not sure that the statistics were in all of them, so the inquiry could be made with respect to the PCR statistics. The other thing is that I take it that Mr. Harmon is answering yes to the court's question, did I accurately state the databases that are going to be relied upon? I mean, that's all I'm trying to ascertain. Did he?
I took that as a yes as well.
And then finally, is there anything else that Mr. Harmon, before the court rules, that can be made by way of an offer of proof outside the hearing of the jury with respect to his qualifications, so that I can deal with it now and we don't have to go through it all in front of the jury? And I don't have to stand up and object. That's the purpose of this motion in limine.
Well, the problem is the plaintiff is entitled to establish the qualifications of their witness before the final fact.
I'm not arguing with that. I'm just saying if he could make an offer of proof as to what else there is that qualifies Mr. Sims, then I can make my objection if the court is going to rule against me and it's preserved, and I don't have to stand up like a popinjay and jump up and all the rest of it. That's the point of doing this now.
All right. Any other comment, Mr. Harmon?
Just my offer of proof is he's eminently qualified, and I suggest that you rule on that, and he won't have to jump up and down.
All right. That's very helpful.
Otherwise, no,
All right. Thank you, counsel. Luckily, the appellate courts and the legislature give wide discretion to the trial court in ruling upon whether or not somebody qualifies as an expert witness. Here, Mr. Sims has many years of technical experience in the field of forensic science, and is familiar with and actually has hands-on experience with the actual testing technique itself. And I'm convinced also that the databases that have been suggested are reliable for these purposes. I'm also convinced that the amount of training that he has had gives him an amount of expertise in the area that is beyond that of the ordinary lay person. So I find him qualified for these purposes. All right. And Mr. Reshek, if you want, at the point in time when the opinion is offered, you can make your foundational objection for the record if you like.
Actually, what I would prefer to do is just make it now and ask we continue. The only other point to be raised then is there is that saying that he's qualified to recite what the frequencies would be if you plug in the FBI data to the alleles and the DQ alpha and the D1S80 is one thing. To then, as Mr. Harmon has indicated he intends to do, have this witness testify that it is appropriate and he can multiply the DQ alpha frequencies and the polymarker frequencies against the D1S80 frequencies, I think that is beyond the expertise of this witness.
Mr. Harmon? Since we'll get to that shortly, I'm sure.
sure. I mean, we need to throw Cellmark into the picture too, because that's the next extension of that. It's the same product rule. It's the same statistical manipulation. He has testified to the product rule in the PCR cases. I'm not sure. The distinction that Mr. Scheck tried to make is interesting but totally irrelevant. It matters little that the evidence was excluded as the result of some admissibility hearing. What matters is that's a different issue than whether he was qualified to present and
No,
express.
we're beyond that issue. The issue
Okay.
is Mr. Sims qualified to not only give frequencies of the testing that he did, but also combined the results with the testing that Cellmark did, and then come up with an additional product rule number.
Sure. Okay, so we're focused on that?
Yes.
That's the last point. Oh, I'm
In case you
sorry.
didn't hear, I ruled in your favor regarding the other matter.
How did I miss that? No, I think that's very helpful because that gets to section 804 of the evidence code. Opinion, I mean, if you combine 801, what the opinion testimony of the expert may be based on, 801B, with 804, where an opinion, where it's appropriate, can be based on the hearsay statement of another expert, as long as it's described that way. That's the rule of law in California. So there are two steps to it. Mr. Sims, if I'm ever allowed to get him back on the stand, will explain that it is appropriate for him to rely on data. He's already expressed it in the conventional serology area, where this is unpublished data. I mean, the Blake stuff is unpublished. It's in a nice little cover, but it's not published. It's a compilation of things that are derived from other areas. And it's in exactly the same category as the data that was provided by Robin Cotton to Mr. Sims. Same category, same standing. So the real question I think that you have to address is contained in 801 and 804. Is Mr. Sims telling you the truth when he tells you these are the kinds of things that experts can rely on?
Foundational matter. It's one thing to rule, as the court has, that it's okay for Mr. Sims to say that within the various markers in the FBI database, the different RFOP markers, there's a sufficient scientific basis to assume independence and multiply those, to multiply across loci and to multiply within a locus. Again, with respect to DQ alpha, there is published data by Helmuth et al., and Dr. Blake just adds some more. But again, that's just dealing with the independence of the markers within the DQ alpha system. And across each of those, across those various alleles. And similarly with respect to D1S80, which is one publication. The issue as to whether or not for these systems, one can assume that each of them is independent of the other, particularly when some of these markers are on the same chromosomes as each other between those systems, I think is clearly beyond this witness's expertise. So it seems to me that in terms of the court's discretion, to allow them this chain multiplication at this point in time through this witness, when you have Dr. Weir coming in terms of whether or not this can be done at all, is an extremely serious foundational issue. I think is just carrying this way too far and presents a real problem. So I think it's in terms of the court's previous ruling, it's one thing to say that he can plug in the numbers and compute the frequencies within the systems. It's quite another to say that he has sufficient expertise in terms of population genetics or assumptions of independence to multiply these marker systems against each other.
I have one more try, Your Honor. Now that I understand.
Hold on.
I'm sorry. Right. Final comment. Now that I see, I thought it was whether he could rely on the data. Now that I see clearly what Mr. Scheck's objection, the answer is very simple. It's the same product rule, number one. Number two, the FBI article, which Mr. Sims has in his briefcase, Mr. Scheck has trivialized as it's just one article. How many do you need? Demonstrates the if that's not something that they waived when they waived their hearing way back in January, and I contend that it is, the FBI article, which Mr. Sims can be glad to demonstrate, shows the statistical independence, which then justifies the use of the same old product rule to multiply these frequencies. So I thought we were going on whether he could rely on their data, not on whether they were statistically independent, which I believe is something that they waived 5 months ago. So if you'd like to see the article or hear testimony from Mr. Sims, if that's the only issue, the article clearly addresses it. There's nothing else on the scientific horizon to the contrary.
When do you anticipate getting to this particular issue, attempting to multiply the DOJ results with the cell mark results?
Pretty soon.
All right, and I take it your offer of proof is the FBI database on this?
Well, the FBI article demonstrates the independence of the D1S80 data. I mean, let's focus on the question. And if the question is, has anybody demonstrated the statistical independence of DQ alpha data from D1S80 data from polymarker data, which are the only markers that we want to multiply? Yes, the answer is the FBI article demonstrates that statistical independence that justifies the use of the product rule.
How long is this article?
It's about, I think, 5 or 6 or 7 pages, something like that.
Just take you a couple of minutes, Judge, to read that over.
All right, well, let me see it. Although better this than a 6-week DNA hearing. And while we're waiting for Mr. Sims to retrieve that article, Ms. Clark and Mr. Cochran, or Mr. Shapiro, have we reviewed those reports?
Yes.
Are there some sensitive matters there?
We have some posters we'd like to show you. I think on those side.
All right.
There are posters.
Would you have Mr. Golub come out, please?
Would we put this on the glove board? Is that big enough, sir? Thank you.
Better. No, Steve. Oh, terrific. All right, counsel. This may only be 5 pages, but it's the kind of thing you can't read in 2 minutes. At least not me. Let's proceed with what you have, Mr. Harmon. And you can present we'll stop at the point where you want to combine the results with Cellmark's results, and we'll quit there for the day, because I'll need to read this. And Mr. Scheck, if you have any competing articles or any additional articles in the area, I'd like to see them.
Say competing articles.
Or
You've seen-
anything that disputes this,
Oh, wow.
having not read it, I don't know what it says.
No. You've read, I trust, a lot that disputes it previously. The issue is this article is the first that's emerged in the literature, even reporting on this question. So it's at the cutting edge. I mean, D1S80, we didn't have a hearing. But D1S80 is not exactly a frequent character, as a frequent marker system in proceedings anywhere. So that's our problem here. I think that.
All right, no, I'm just, Mr. Scheck, all I'm doing is inviting you to provide me with any other information that you have.
Well, the court's done extensive reading, I trust, already. With respect to the fundamentals of this, all that I'm saying is that this article just came out.
Okay.
Undoubtedly, there are general responses, as you know, to this and to the size of the database and the rest of it. But it's too new for there even to be published responses at this stage.
All right. All right, Mr. Harmon, we're clear. We'll get up to that point where you want to combine the polymarkers and the other Cellmark DQ alpha results, and we'll quit there.
It would appear that the SOX may be that point. And I may even try to skip that. I know we want to take advantage of the time, so I'll do the best I can to work around, since that's a discrete board.
All right. Let's have the jury, please.
Forensic DNA typing 8 times, is that correct?
Yes.
And all of those cases involve PCR typing of one sort or another?
Yes, I believe most of them did. There may have been one that did not.
Okay, and what about how often or how frequently in those 8 cases did you testify about RFLP?
I believe that was in 7 of the 8 I discussed RFLP.
And in each of those cases which involved RFLP typing, were you qualified to express an opinion about the frequency estimate of the significance of the matches?
Well, in those cases in which that came up, yes, I was qualified to do that.
Okay. And do you keep abreast of the scientific literature in the area of forensic DNA typing as it relates to these frequency estimates?
Yes, I do.
Have you reviewed numerous scientific articles which address the frequency estimates which are designed to express significance of these matches?
Yes.
And among those articles, are there actually articles in which frequency data, the raw data, is actually published?
Yes.
And are there other sources of frequency data which are made available to forensic DNA typing experts?
Yes.
What kinds of, or what are those other sources?
Well, for example, through our exchanges, such as the California Association of Criminalists, one may exchange data, present it, and then exchange it in that fashion.
And what's the purpose of that exchange of data?
Well, it's a professional exchange of information, so that, for example, a compilation of data may be transferred from one individual who's put such a compilation together to the rest of the forensic community so that they can use it.
And is there also a massive compilation of RFLP data that's available through the federal government?
Yes, there is a very large set of data now that is available through the federal government.
In a very brief description, could you tell us what that data consists of?
That data is a compilation of actually worldwide RFLP data. It encompasses, I believe, 4 volumes in a government publication. It's a worldwide study.
And not to get too technical here, but does it include data produced from the restriction enzyme HAE3, which you use,
Yes, it does.
and data produced by the restriction enzyme that Cellmark uses, HINF1?
Yes, there is a volume dedicated to the HINF enzyme, as I recall.
And more specifically, do you have a compilation of data that was compiled by Dr. Edward Blake and others?
Yes, I do.
And is that additionally one source of PCR data information that you use?
Yes.
And what sources is that data derived from?
Well, there are a large number of sources for that data. Most of it is published data. Some of it has been presented, that sort of thing.
And that's the same Dr. Blake that took all the pictures in this case?
Yes, it is.
Have you compiled population frequency estimates for the testing that your lab conducted in this case?
Yes.
And are you prepared, if we go in ascending numerical order, to write those frequency estimates on the board for us?
Yes, I can do that.
Okay, could we start out with the Rockingham board, Your Honor?
Yes.
Exhibit 261. Could have. Sims, I'm going to ask you to write these things up in a minute. I want you to explain where the data was derived from for the DQ alpha frequencies that you're about to put up there, and what source the data for the D1S80 frequency was from.
Yes, the DQ alpha frequencies are derived from a worldwide compilation of Dr. Edward Blake's that was put together in 1994 by Dr. Blake. And that would cover the 3 different groups that I will mention, which are the African American, the Caucasian, and the Hispanic data. Then the D1S80 data derives from 2 sources. The African American and Caucasian D1S80 data is from the FBI, and then the Hispanic D1S80 data was derived from the Orange County Sheriff's Department database.
What I'd like you to do, I only want to put a range of numbers up there. Could you please describe for the jury the frequency of the combined type that you produce from DQ alpha in this case, and in all 3 of those groups?
This would be just DQ alpha.
Just DQ, I'm not asking you to write it. I just want you to articulate it for us, and then
Okay, for a particular type?
for DQ alpha 1.1, 1.2.
Okay. Would you like the range?
The 3 groups and then the range.
Okay. The 3 groups would be the African American group, and would you like a figure for that?
Sure.
Okay. The African American group for the 1.1, 1.2 would be about 1 in 12. The figure for the Caucasian group would be 1 in 18, and the figure for the Hispanic group would be 1 in 40.
Okay, and I'd like to ask you the same question about the frequencies for those same groups for the D1S80 type that you found 2425.
Okay, 2425. Excuse me. For the African American database, this is just D1S80 type 2425. African American would be about 1 in 47, or 1 in 48, one might round it to. For the Caucasian, it would be about 1 in 29, and for the Hispanic, it would be about 1 in 36.
Okay, and if you would, I'd like you to strike that. Is it appropriate, based on your review of the scientific literature, to multiply the combined frequencies of the DQ alpha type by the D1S80 type?
Objection.
What's the nature of the objection?
Your Honor, it's the issue that you haven't decided. No.
Wait. DQ alpha?
Multiplying DQ alpha against D1S80, that's what you just told him you were going to decide.
No, that was cell mark results versus,
No.
yes,
That's the article that you're about to read, Your Honor.
yes, I understand. Proceed. Oh,
Thank you, Your Honor. Is it appropriate to do so?
Yes, I believe it is.
Okay. And what I'd like you to do, if you would, is describe the combined frequency of the DQ alpha type 1112 and D1S80 type 2425 in those three groups again.
In those three groups,
Yes.
for the African American data, it would be about 1 in 572, or I'm sorry, about 1 in 570, I would round that to. For the Caucasian group, it would be about 1 in 520, and for the Hispanic group, it would be about 1 in 1400. Excuse me.
Okay. And what I'd like you to do now is, would it be appropriate to give the jury an appreciation to describe the